Good afternoon, everyone. This is Chairperson Bell, and I now call to order the Metro Historic Zoning Commission meeting of March 17, 2021. Thank you all for being here virtually.
Thank you. And this is Robin Ziegler. I'll just call the roll to confirm attendance and that we have quorum. Of course, Chairperson Bell is here. Commissioner Fitz?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Jones?
Here.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Here.
Commissioner Mosley?
Here.
Commissioner Price?
Here.
And I'll turn it over to Metro Legal.
All right, thanks, Robin. As far as this is Alex Blonder from Metro Legal. As far as this being an electronic meeting, move that the proposed agenda constitutes essential business of this body and that meeting electronically is necessary for the health, safety, and well-being of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Okay, thank you, Legal. This is Chair Bell again, and I entertain a motion to hold an electronic meeting. So one of the commissioners need to entertain the motion. Commissioner Price?
Yes, so moved.
Okay. Also entertain a second.
Commissioner Jones, I second.
Thank you, Commissioner. And there is a motion, a first and a second. I believe Robin will take the roll call. Are there any questions about this discussion? Any questions about this motion? Sorry. Okay, seeing none. Robin, please take the roll.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
And Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. It's an unusual day, especially for me. So I will entertain a motion to appoint a chair pro temp, and we'll need a commissioner to make the motion. Commissioner Mosley.
Commissioner Ben Mosley, I move to assign Commissioner Johnson as temporary chair.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Mayhall?
I second that motion.
Okay, there's a first and a second. And I think Robin again will take the roll call. Thank you all.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Great. And with that, we'll turn the meeting over to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler, and thank you, Commissioner, for the great honor. I will do my best to fill Chair Bell's big shoes. So this is Commissioner Johnson as an acting chair today. The meeting, as a reminder, we will take live comments via phone. The number is 629-255-1911. Please do not call until the project you wish to speak about is announced. For those who have logged in as a panelist, you do not need to call in either. Pursuant to the provision of Section 2.68030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that a final hearing before this commission is appealable to the Chancery Court of Davidson County or the Circuit Court of Davidson County via a statutory writ of certiorari. You are advised to seek your own independent legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements are met. You should also seek independent legal advice regarding the applicability of the writ of certiorari to the specific decision of the Historic Zoning Commission. For each case, there will be a public hearing. we ask that applicant keep their presentation to under 10 minutes. They may receive 2 minutes as a rebuttal of public comment. We ask that the public keep their comment to 2 minutes unless they have previously requested in writing for 5 minutes as a representative of a group or organization. I believe there were no such 5 minutes request for today's meeting. Members of the public calling in will be heard during the agenda items. Ms. Ziegler, are there any proposal change for today's agenda?
Yes, we have several applicants who've requested their project be deferred, and that is for 1017 North 16th, 118 South 11th Street, 3916 Cambridge, 945 South Douglas, 1408 Boscobel, 949 Russell, and 1204 Russell.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. Is there any discussion about this revision, commissioners? Seeing no hands, is there a motion? Commissioner Jones?
Yes, I move to accept the revised agenda for today.
Thank you. Commissioner Price?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, so I will now take the roll. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. So before we begin the first case, I would like to recognize council members in attendance. Ms. Ziegler, is there any council member who would like to speak at this time?
Councilmember Withers is with us. Do you want to speak, Councilman, or would you like to wait for the case that you have sent comments for?
Thank you so much, Robin, and to Chair Johnson. I'm just listening at this point. I did send comments, and I think those will be read into the record, so I don't have anything to add for that. But I'm listening into the discussion today, and if it's, is it feasible that I could just use the raise my hand feature in case I do wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Councilmember Withers, and I do appreciate you being a frequent visitor to this commission. So seeing no other council members in attendance, we will move to first agenda. First on our agenda is approval of minutes for February 17th. Commissioners, do you have any revision or comments on the minutes? Seeing no hands, is there a motion to approve the minutes? Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitz?
I would like to second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will take the roll. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion is adopted. So next on the agenda. So now is the time for the public to call in. If someone would like an item to move from the consent agenda by calling 629-255-1911. items on the consent agenda will be voted at one single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate those items unless member of the audience or the commission requests that item be removed from the consent agenda. Items removed from the consent agenda will be moved to the end of today's agenda. First, Ms. Sargent, will you read the cases proposed on the consent agenda? And then I will ask anyone who would like to remove for the discussion.
Oh, yes. The first item on consent is approval of the administrative permits issued for the month. 1104 Petway Avenue is a request for an addition. An addition and outbuilding are requested for 1821 4th Avenue North. 1712 Blair Boulevard is a request for an outbuilding. 907 Waldkirch Avenue is a request for an addition, as is 1913 19th Avenue South. The request at 1017 North 16th Street has been deferred by the applicant. Additions are requested for 1411 North 14th Street, 2218 Grantland Avenue, and 1804 5th Avenue North. An addition's also been requested for 1051 Petway Avenue. An addition and outbuilding are requested for 1406 Eastland Avenue, and 2529 Fairfax Avenue is a request for an addition. Staff recommends approval of these projects along with their applicable conditions as noted in the staff reports.
Thank you, Ms. Sargent. Is there a commissioner who would like to? I see Commissioner Mayhew's hands are up.
Sorry that I left that up before. Excuse me.
Very well. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. I move to accept the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Jones?
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Before I move on, Ms. Ziegler, I'm sorry, I should have asked Ms. Ziegler, is there any comment from public to remove on regards to the consent agenda?
Thank you. No, we have not received any calls, but I would just like to confirm that the motion and the second was to approve all the projects with their applicable conditions and with the exception of 1017 North 16th, which requested a deferral.
Yes, thank you. As Mr. Ziegler stated, Commissioner Price.
Yes, I stated the affirmative that the conditions should apply, and with the exception of that one property on North 16th.
Very well. The motion and second. So now we will move to the roll call. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhew?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Consent agenda is adopted. As a reminder, those who are applicants and have signed in via WebEx should not also call in. If you are unable to log in or you are a member of the public wishing to speak on a case, please call 629-255-1911 when the case you are interested in comes up. Now is the time for anyone to call if they have public comment regarding the proposed consolidation of the design guidelines for most of the neighborhood conservation zoning overlays. Ms. Ziegler?
Yes, thank you. I'll start us off. This is quite lengthy, and I apologize for that, but we wanted to be sure to get all the information out there, and we'll be tag teaming this presentation. The Historic Zoning Commission received funding from the Tennessee Historical Commission for this project, which began in January 2019. The grant period ended on September 30th, 2019. There were multiple stakeholder meetings, community meetings, and there have been, this will be the 6th public hearing with the intent of voting on the final project in March 2020 with the original intent. But that meeting, of course, was canceled due to COVID. So the case was deferred each month, but did not receive any additional public comment until this month, which is currently the final public hearing. In addition to meetings, staff created an email list of every email available in Metro's permitting software program for the last 2 years that was linked to a preservation permit, and collected emails from public comments sent via email on other projects in recent years. This list was used to inform about community meetings, to encourage people to take part in the online discussion board, and to let interested parties know when revisions were available on the website. Meetings were also promoted via social media. Offers were made to all the relevant neighborhood associations for staff to attend a meeting, either one that they scheduled specifically for this topic or just to attend a regularly scheduled meeting to tell them about the project. A community meeting, the September 2019 public hearing, and this March 2021 public hearing, they all received direct mailed notices. A Nashville.gov webpage dedicated to this project, which included a description of the project, links to the online discussion board, design guideline drafts, meeting notes, videos providing an overview, and links to additional resources. That's been available for almost 2.5 years. A direct link to this page has been available on the Zoning Commission's homepage. An online discussion board ran from February to September 2019. Metro Nashville has 22 neighborhood conservation zoning overlays, all with their own individual set of design guidelines that are largely similar. While having a set of design guidelines for each district worked fine when there were just a handful of conservation overlays, today, 22 separate documents of design guidelines is cumbersome. The idea to consolidate the various design guideline documents into one document while still preserving the important differences between the neighborhoods. Unlike the adoption of the conservation overlays, which changed zoning, the guidelines are not reviewed by planning and they're not reviewed by council because they're not changing the zoning. Instead, the document is adopted by the Historic Zoning Commission only. The original document and all the revisions must meet the Secretary of Interior standards developed by the National Park Service. That's according to state regulation. This project is only for some of the neighborhood conservation zoning overlays, and it does not affect the other types of historic zoning overlays we have. Neighborhood conservation zoning overlays not included as part of this revision at this time are Elmington, Belmont Hillsborough, and Hillsborough West End. However, recently the Elmington neighborhood said that they would like to be included, but we didn't know that at the time the notices went out. So we are proposing holding a public hearing for just that neighborhood to join the consolidation at the May meeting, assuming that this project is adopted in April. No new overlays are a part of this proposal. No boundary changes are proposed. If someone does not live or own an existing conservation overlay currently, then this project will not apply to them. There are multiple goals for this project. One goal is to provide clearer direction for property owners and applicants. All the guidelines are almost the same as the set created decades ago. A lot has changed over the years in terms of how the Commission interprets the design guidelines, and so we think it'll be useful to reflect those changes in the language of the guidelines. Along the same lines, in the current guidelines, some sections are primarily italicized language, and that really needs to be updated. Italicized language is information that has been added to the guidelines without a formal process, but to explain how the Commission has interpreted an existing design guideline. So the goal is to make most of the italicized language formally a part of the guidelines in this process. Another goal is to address actions not contemplated when the guidelines were originally written. We also think this project will make the process easier for applicants, particularly those repeat applicants who work in multiple neighborhoods. It'll help to better understand what guidelines are universal to all conservation overlays and what, if any, differences there are for any individual neighborhood. We propose to change the title of the Consolidated Design Guidelines to clarify that it is for turn-of-the-century neighborhoods. So that's roughly 1890s and earlier to 1950s. These are the Nashville neighborhoods where Queen Anne's, folk Victorians, craftsmen, bungalows, Tudors, and minimal traditional houses are the most common. Last month, you approved a new set of design guidelines that address the different styles, forms, and development patterns of mid-century neighborhoods, 60s and 70s, and into the 80s. The draft design guidelines are divided into two parts. Part one is most of the guidelines and includes guidance that apply to all of the districts. Part two includes a chapter for every individual district with any guidelines that may be specific to that district. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Melissa Sajid.
The guidelines are reorganized and some information is repeated in each section so the user doesn't have to flip back and forth. It's this repetition that makes the draft guidelines look longer than the original guidelines. New terms are added, and some terms are revised in the glossary section. This section will remain as italicized information, which means that the terms are not actual guidelines. The guidance for materials is now its own section and has been revised to provide a longer list of appropriate and inappropriate materials. Most of it remains italicized text, which means it can be updated without a formal review process. That is so the Commission can easily address whatever new materials might become available in the future. Speaking of materials, there is language that increases the allowable maximum reveal for lap siding. By reveal, we mean that portion of lap siding that is exposed once the pieces are lapped. The current practice, which has been in place for several decades, is for all lap siding to have a reveal with a maximum of 5 inches. There's no record as to how this requirement was initially determined, but it may have been considered an average or a typical reveal. Since historic siding comes in a variety of reveals, staff recommends increasing the maximum to 7 inches, as that is a size that is readily available and still within the range of historic reveals. The draft also provides an explanation as to when an even wider reveal may be appropriate. The section for demolition was moved to the beginning of the document to emphasize that the review of demolition is the most important role of the Commission. The demolition section is fleshed out to reflect how the Commission has applied this section since the beginning of the overlays, specifically partial demolition and non-contributing buildings. The additional language follows the Commission's interpretation of this section since the guidelines were first created. For instance, demolition of non-contributing or non-historic buildings has always met the design guidelines, but that guidance currently isn't clear. In addition, there's language that would count removal of historic siding as partial demolition that would require review. Currently, replacement siding, windows, doors, and roofing are not reviewed. When all those materials are removed and the interior is completely gutted, the historic building is all but demolished. Siding of all of those materials that are not currently reviewed was chosen to be reviewed in this draft since it is a character-defining feature and provides some structural stability, which is lost when all other materials are removed. There was discussion previously about not including this review. However, the neighborhood that was most concerned about it is no longer a part of the project. The public and commissioners have spoken for and against this change, so for those reasons, it remains in this current draft. State and local law requires that our design guidelines be based on the National Park Service's Secretary of Interior standards. Those have changed slightly since our guidelines were created, so that revision is included. We also added language to explain the role of the standards in the design review process. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Melissa Baldock.
Thanks, Melissa. The drawing shown here is currently in all of the neighborhood conservation zoning design guidelines and has been a source of confusion. It is often read as showing the only place where an addition can be constructed, which is not the case. Instead, it is meant to show that if an addition is small enough to fit within that triangular area, then the addition would not need to be reviewed. A related concern is that the text portion of the design guidelines, which attempts to state what is reviewed, is confusing in that one section states that the design guidelines only apply to areas that are visible from the public right of way, and the next section states that public facades are more carefully reviewed than others. Since the establishment of the first overlay, the Commission has interpreted these sections and the drawing as a review of all sides of any new construction, but applying a less stringent review on those facades that are not publicly visible. The proposed solution is to remove this image, revise the text, and add a list of actions that would not require review. In terms of additions, guidance for solar panels and skylights have been added, and again, following how the Commission has looked at these two features in the past. There is new language to stress that additions that are taller or wider are only appropriate if all other solutions have been exhausted and in certain conditions. When the first few such additions were approved, it was never the intent to allow all additions to be wider or taller, which is how the applicants have interpreted the italicized language. The existing guidelines state that additions could be up to 4 feet taller if going taller was the only option. The new guidelines will allow additions to be 2 feet taller in some instances. Ridge raises are something the Commission came up with many years ago to allow for an extra 2 feet of height on an existing side gable home. But there wasn't much guidance as to what conditions would warrant such an addition, so that guidance has been added. The requirement that the ridge raise be inset 2 feet from the sidewalls and extend no taller than 2 feet vertical feet has not changed in these revised guidelines. New language clarifies the difference between a rooftop deck that is above a roof's eave and an upper level deck. The draft states that rooftop decks are not allowed on historic buildings and provides guidance for including them as part of an addition, if desired. There is language to stress that in terms of new construction, the focus is on form, massing, and scale rather than architectural style. The draft adds clarity for how context will usually be determined. Context is how the Commission determines if a request is what is called appropriate for the district. The context for an addition is the building which the addition is being attached to. Text clarified that it's the existing building's features and form that provide context for additions. So when considering the appropriateness of an addition, the Commission is solely looking at the historic house and not at what other historic houses in the area may look like. I'm going to turn the presentation over now to Sean Alexander.
For infill, a new primary building in an existing neighborhood, the context is the immediate surrounding neighborhood. New text clarifies that in most cases, the context for infill will be the block face. Using context far away from a proposed project has been a concern voiced by numerous neighborhoods over multiple years. The Commission will retain the ability to define block face in situations where that is unclear, or expand the context beyond the block face where the immediate context is not considered relevant. The draft provides clarity on how building types relate to zoning. The building types should be consistent with the types in the immediate vicinity, no matter how the lot might be zoned. For instance, let's say here the area is zoned commercial, as a hypothetical. If there were a vacant lot here, a new building might have a commercial use, but its building type would need to be similar to the residential building type found here. Most guidelines had italicized information for multi-unit developments. Again, italicized text is not actual guidelines. We've removed that language as a multi-unit development can result in encouragement of demolition of historic buildings, alterations and additions that are not appropriate for the historic building, or require infill that is not appropriate for the district. Where multi-unit developments are appropriate, the site is usually so unique that the italicized design guidelines are of little use. Staff recommends addressing each of these requests on a case-by-case basis. The language for buildings has been rewritten to allow for minimum and maximum sizes, roof slopes, and setbacks for all sites rather than basing the dimensions on the historic building. This could mean that an outbuilding is taller than a principal building if the principal building is short. However, the outbuilding should be set back enough on the lot that the additional height shouldn't be evident from the street. This will allow people to use outbuildings in all the ways people do now, ways that they didn't historically. They are no longer just for housing cars and garden equipment, but also serve as apartments, guest rooms, home offices, and studios and playrooms, among other uses where zoning allows. Specific guidance and dimensions for add-ons, such as the features you see here, is given. This is largely communicated via drawings rather than text alone. We've also added clarification as to how measurements are taken and how setbacks are determined. Moving on to Part 2. Part 2 is all of the individual chapters for each district, where language specific to each district was collected from the current design guidelines. All of the maps have been revised. The boundaries have not changed, just the graphics of the maps so that they all have a consistent look since they were originally created at different times. There are a few changes recommended for individual districts. One is to clarify that the bowling house district, in the bowling house district, that if a two-story building is appropriate, then it should have a hipped roof. This has been the policy, but not officially part of the design guidelines. Recently, property owners in Cherokee Park neighborhood asked that stone be included as a potential primary siding material for infill. Currently, the design guidelines only allow for brick. Several years ago, the Commission found that rear attached garages could be appropriate here because of the lack of rear alley access and other reasons. So that guidance has been added as italicized information. New short histories have been added to the Greenwood and Maxwell Heights design guidelines. This does not change the actual design guidelines. Recently, the Greenwood neighborhood stated that they wanted all infill to be capped at 1.5 stories, so that has been added. In the Lockland Springs East End design guidelines, there were many references to MDHA's design guidelines for the 5 Points redevelopment district to keep an applicant from having to reference two different documents when planning a project in 5 Points. The language has been removed because the MDHA redevelopment district has expired. The draft also includes some italicized information that has been followed for about 8 years or more, has now been unitalicized. Recently, the Woodlawn neighborhood requested clarification on detached garages, and that has been added. And that concludes the summary. Today, we will take public comment, but the vote for this will be held at the April meeting to give you an opportunity to reflect on the comments, as this is a large project with a lot of parts to it.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. So this is the time for the public to call in if interested in speaking. The number again is 629-255-1911. So while waiting for the public to call in, I will ask Ms. Ziegler if we received any advanced public comment.
Thank you. Yes, we received a good bit of emails. That we received prior to 10 a.m. yesterday was put on the website, and then there were a few more that came in today, which we sent to you via email.
Very well. Is there any phone coming in for the public comment?
We don't have any callers at the moment.
Well, now I recognize Councilmember Withers.
Thank you so much, Chair Johnson. Just wanted to express my thanks to Robin and to all of the staff for their hard work on this project over, a couple of years now. It's unfortunate that I think some of the discussion paused for a little bit, but I do want to emphasize that Robin and the staff did what I think is a great job of establishing contact with the neighborhood association leaders, at least at that time when the project started. And there have been numerous community meetings as well as public hearings. There were some online written communication opportunities initially. And I just feel like there has been a lot of feedback to date. And I really appreciate the staff having a specific link to this project that includes meeting minutes and summaries and all those things. I think that, like I said, it's unfortunate that things kind of paused for a while during the pandemic, but I don't want that to overshadow the huge amount of work that went into presenting this to the public and gathering a lot of feedback. And also, you see in the staff report that the neighborhood associations themselves contributed very helpful suggestions about how the guidelines might be improved a little bit for their specific neighborhoods. And I think that really reflects the level of neighborhood engagement that we had for this project. And all of that has been available online for a while. So very few Metro Council pieces of legislation have ever had this amount of advanced public engagement. So I just want to again thank the staff and all of the participants who have contributed to this project so far. Thank you.
Chairman, we do have one caller.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. Please connect. Is the caller be connected?
We are connecting. Just another second.
Great.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. My name is Jim Snell, and I live at 1620 Forest Avenue. And I would just like to first strongly object to the change that would remove the statement that the guidelines only apply to parts of historic structures that are visible from the public right-of-way, which is currently in the Lockland Springs design guidelines under Principle Roman numeral 2A1, and will be moved and changed in the new guidelines under Section 2C. Additionally, I would like to also oppose to the removal of the drawing, because I think the drawing clearly shows that the original guidelines were intended for the commission not to be involved in minor changes that are not visible from the public right-of-way, regardless of any interpretation after that fact. In addition, I'd also like to oppose the removal of the multi-unit guideline information, because that runs counter to attempts at affordable housing and increased density. So I think that the commission should revise and update those to reflect that guidance, and that the demolition section provides adequate protection against tearing down historic buildings in favor of new multi-unit housing. And that is the end of my comment.
Thank you. Paul, could you please send the next caller through?
Thank you.
Caller, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brad Van Rassel. I live at 1011B North 6th Street, and I was just calling in to express my non-support. I don't support the passing of this consolidation, just because I believe that the consolidation term is a little bit misleading of what's going on here. Well, it's been made very evident that a lot of effort has been made to try to notify the public and as many people as possible. In this process, I believe that doing so with misleading language doesn't do the public justice on what's going on here. I've read through a lot of the public comment, and it seems like a lot of people share this view, but it seems like there are a lot of changes being made to the guidelines, not just consolidating them all, just adding purview and changing how things work and how, homeowners, what they can and can't do with their property. So, using consolidation as your term, to me, is a bit of a misnomer, and I would imagine that notifications of consolidation to the public would be met differently than if you notified homeowners that a change to the guidelines and what they are allowed to do with their property. So I would just ask that the public be notified of the changes specifically and what their rights are with their homes and how they're being changed. Specifically would be sent out before this be considered as passing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffman, will you send in the next call, please? Go ahead, caller.
Yes. Blaine Bonadies, 1606 Linden Avenue. Hello?
Did you have comments?
I'm sorry?
Did you have any comments for the commission, Mr. Bonadies?
I do. While I agree that the timeline has been, as you stated, 2 years plus, I do want to make really clear that for most of us in Nashville in particular, since last March, our children have been out of school. And for the large part, that's now a year. So I think it's a bit of an overstatement to say that we've had time for the last 2 years, considering that a year of that has been truncated by the pandemic. And so we've all been less than attentive as of late. And I think that under those circumstances, we should have some more time to consider looking at this document. That's it.
Thank you.
That concludes our calls.
One more time.
Thank you.
Chairperson, know that concludes our calls. Thank you.
Thank you.
I recognize Commissioner Mosley. His hands are raised. Commissioner Mosley, do you have any?
Yes, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, I wanted to acknowledge, if you haven't seen, I believe Councilmember Allen is on the call and may desire to speak or may not, but I did want to point that out.
Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Yes, I see Council Lady Allen. Council Lady Allen, do you have any comment?
Thank you for the recognition. I appreciate that as well, Mr. Mosley. I would simply like to say that I am very appreciative of the tremendous effort the staff has put forth on this project. It is huge, and I agree that they have been working on it for a long time. I also understand the many comments about just how hard it is to wrap our arms around the information simply because it is so huge. And I appreciate the fact that people are paying attention, and sometimes having the public hearing is what it takes to get that going. So I want to acknowledge the work it has done, but also acknowledge the just the importance of making sure that people are really comfortable with this. So I appreciate the fact that y'all are not planning to vote on this until May, and I hope that public engagement continues in the time between now and the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and I do appreciate Councilmember Withers' comment as well. Commissioner Mosley, do you have any additional comment?
Yes, I did want to acknowledge we received a letter from another council member, Ms. Kathleen Murphy, and I didn't want that to go unmentioned here. She has heard from some constituents and requested that today's public hearing be postponed. I think I wanted to acknowledge that, but also I guess that is the reason why it's being done the way that it is for people to have the opportunity to re-up this, given that it has been purposely delayed given the pandemic, for people to refamiliarize themselves, have additional comment before the commission takes it up. And while I acknowledge that, change is always hard, I think a postponement of this discussion is just that. It's a postponement. It doesn't resolve anything. And I'm glad to see that there remains interest in this and that people continue to have opinions about it. And that now we've added yet another public hearing to the record of the extensive amount of effort and listening that has gone into this process.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. Councilmember Allen, your hands are raised. Do you have any additional comment?
No, ma'am, I do not. I thought I had unraised it. I will do that now.
Very well. Well, thank you, public, for the comment. And so, yes, we understand our decision is we as a commissioner do not discuss this project today, but postpone the vote to next meeting. In that note, I am inclined to keep the public comment open, not close public hearing. So the public who may have additional comment may continue engaging with us. So do you have any objection to keep the public hearing open?
Chair Johnson, this is Chair Bell, and I also lean to your recommendation on that.
Thank you, Chair Bell. Appreciate that. So I will keep this public hearing open, but defer. Wait a minute. Commissioner Mosley.
Well, I don't have objection to that in principle. I am wanting maybe a little guidance from legal on what that means for us in terms of discussion of this with any individuals that may contact us directly. Is that what we're talking about here? Or I don't think that we would want, by leaving it open, are commissioners able to discuss it with each other? I would think that wouldn't be the case. I'd just like some clarity from the council.
Sure.
Yes,
Mr. Dickerson.
This is Alex Dickerson with Metro Legal. Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. I'll say that, yes, you still can't discuss this with other members of the commission. Obviously, that would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. It shouldn't be a problem to leave the, I'd recommend that you take a vote, because right now the plan is to have a vote in April. But if you want to leave the public hearing open, I'd recommend that you do that by vote. But doing so, and if individuals reach out to you, you can always direct them to the staff so that any comments can be made public to the entire commission. That would be appropriate. Does that answer your question, Mr. Mosley?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerson. So by the recommendation from our council, is there a motion? Commissioner Mosley?
Yes, so it's Commissioner Mosley. I move that we leave the time for public comment open on this issue through the next meeting, with the understanding that folks should work through staff and not through individual commission members, so that comments become part of the public record and can be distributed to all interested parties, and that to further admonish commission members that we not discuss this case amongst ourselves.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. Chairperson Bell.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. And I think also in the past, we have not been able to discuss any of this with each other as commissioners. So I think we're still following protocol on that. And again, Chair Pro Temp has made that lean that there is still enough time for public to comment, as we have heard today. So I think it is quite appropriate. So with that, I also second Commissioner Mosley.
Thank you, Chairperson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will now call the roll. Chairperson Bell?
I want to make sure you heard me say yes, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the affirmation. Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you. So public hearing is open. So Commissioner can contact staff for the question, but please be sure we do not discuss among ourselves. Thank you. So now we are moving to the next agenda.
Chairman, we do have another caller, and since the public hearing is open, could we go ahead and take that?
Sure, that would be appropriate. Before we move to the next agenda item, please let it through.
Thank you.
Wait. Hello?
Caller, you are live. Go ahead.
I actually changed my mind. I don't want to be live.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We are moving to the Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. So I think any person who's interested in commenting on consolidation project, please contact us via email. We will continuously take public comment, but we will refrain to hear from the public on this item at this point. So now we're going to move on to next item. Now is the time for anyone call for the public comment regarding SP at 1801 through 1803 Fifth Avenue. The number is, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. This is Robin Ziegler. I just wanted to give the email that people could send their comments to, and that's historicalcommission@nashville.gov. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a very, very information. So let me go back to the next item. So if anyone's interested in SP at 1801 through 1803 Fifth Avenue North, the number to call is 629-255-1911. So I believe, Mr. Alexander, you are representing us. Please proceed.
Okay. 1801, 1803 Fifth Avenue North. This property is a double lot with a one-story non-contributing building and a 1 1/2 story historic house on the lot. The applicant has applied to the Planning Commission to rezone the property to SP with a plan to demolish the non-contributing building on the southern half of the lot, then to construct 2 new structures. The contributing historic bungalow on the northern half of the property will remain. One of the new structures will be a one-story building with a commercial form at the front of the corner lot. The building will have 54 feet of frontage along Fifth Avenue North and 46 feet along Buchanan Street, and it will be 20 feet tall to the top of the parapet wall with a flat roof behind. The second structure will be a row of 3 attached townhouses. This structure will have a total frontage of 88 feet, all on Buchanan Street. The proposal is 35 feet tall and is 2.5 stories tall. The design guidelines permit infill to be up to 35 feet tall, but there were no 2 1/2 story houses in the neighborhood historically. In fact, a previous proposal that would have constructed a new 2.5 story structure on 4th Avenue South was approved by the commission, but with a condition that the upper half story is eliminated. As 2.5 story is not compatible, staff recommends that the condition make a condition of approval that the applicant return to the commission, to the Historic Zoning Commission, with final approval of the design, materials, window, door placement, and all utilities, mechanicals, and other appurtenances if the SP is approved by council. And staff recommends approval of the project with the conditions outlined in the staff report. Shown there.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Is there applicant online, Mr. Ziegler?
Yes, this is Preston Quirk.
Thank you. Do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Members of the commission, appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I'm Preston Quirk, architect for this project. We've discussed the staff conditions. That's me and my client, who is Mr. Jeff Zeitlin. We basically agree with the conditions. We agree to condition 1 about working with the staff to revise to a 2-story massing, but we would like to be able to proceed to the Planning Commission now, since we are currently in line for a March 25th meeting this month. And I think the next one may be a month or 2 away before we be before them, and we're trying to keep the project moving forward. The commission will see this project again because condition 2 on here requires that the final design approval come back to the commission if the SP is approved by planning and council. And we did receive some review comments from Sean Alexander this morning. We've been working with Sean up to this point, and we'll continue to, but we received additional comments this morning that are asking for other revisions to adjust the massing to get to a more appropriate scale. And as I said, we're happy to continue working with staff. I think the only thing we're really asking for here is we would like to be able to proceed to planning and keep working through the SP process, which is a long process for any project going that way. So that's my comments for now. I'm open to any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quirk. I appreciate the comment. Ms. Ziegler, have we received any public comments?
No calls.
Thank you. So I will declare public hearing to be closed. Commissioners, any questions, discussion? Seeing no hand up. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, being that this is an SP process, therefore a little bit different than our normal agenda items. I guess regarding what Mr. Quirk just talked about and requested, is anything, are we able to do anything regarding what is in line with, the applicant's timeline, or just a little more guidance on that from staff or Robin or legal, I guess, would be appreciated.
You can certainly say that it's ready to go with a recommendation to the Planning Commission now. It's a little awkward, though, because you won't really know what you are recommending.
Any further question, Commissioner Jones?
No, that understood. Thanks, Robin. And I believe Commissioner Mosley just raised his hand.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yeah, I guess I wanted to chime in here. I think in the SP process, this is not unusual that we, or I know we have seen projects in the past. We in fact approved at the last meeting final design on this multi-step process of some structures, and so while I respect the staff and the commission members wanting to know exactly what they're approving, I think with some of the staff comments, or at least a crafted motion, that I would maybe remind commissioners that this is this process was set up kind of very intentionally, that all the details might yet be known, but that because of the lengthy process in hitting the timing right on these applications, that an applicant need not get every possible thing complete. You know, if 2.5 stories is not what we approve and recommend to the council for approval, then we should say 2 stories and, you know, open the gate and move it along, perhaps. I'm making that, I guess, as part of the discussion for commissioners to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. I see Mr. Zeitlin's hands are up. Mr. Zeitlin?
Yes, thank you, commissioners. Just kind of going on what Commissioner Mosley said is that you would be approving it with the 2 stories, plus, in addition to, we will be back in front of you with a full set of architectural plans. So you're approving the concept, but you're not approving any plans, and you'll have a full look at this with completed architectural plans.
Thank you, Mr. Zeitlin. Appreciate the comment. So just to clarify, I think as an applicant, you are agreeing on the reducing the height as staff recommended.
Yes.
Very well. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Any discussion? If not, entertain the motion. Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes, I think this is a kind of, I appreciate Commissioner Mosley and and Commissioner Jones and what they've had to say about this project. You know, they agree with the main problem that we had was the 2.5 stories, and they agree with going down to 2. And since we're going to be seeing the final approval again, I make the motion to adopt the staff recommendation for approval of the project, with the caveat that it go ahead with the SP process, and we can review it again when it comes back to us. Is that motion clear?
Yes, Mr. Mayhall, there's a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Price?
Yes, I second Commissioner Mayhall's motion.
Thank you. So now I will take a call. Chairperson Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall,
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley,
Yes.
Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Motion is adopted. Now is the time for anyone to call if they have public comment regarding demolition of 3707 Richland Avenue. The number is 629-255-1911. Ms. Ziegler, could you tell us about the project?
Hi, this is Paul Hoffman. This is a request for demolition, 3707 Richland Avenue. Staff is recommending denial of demolition and requesting a show cause hearing for permit 2019-042-830 with a condition that the building be reconstructed. The issued permit was for an addition, but there was no mention of foundation work as a part of that permit or the code's permit. The foundation work was done in a manner that now requires the building to be demolished according to engineer Mark Buchanan. You will see in the report that Mr. Buchanan has extensive experience creating plans to repair historic buildings. We cannot recommend demolition as the building is historic and contributing to the overlay and the National Register District, and we cannot recommend demolition based on the economic hardship as the owner has created his own hardship with the work he's done. Because the work was not included in their permits, we request a show cause hearing to show why the permit should not be rescinded. Staff recommends disapproval of demolition based on the fact the applicant created his own hardship. We recommend that the permit for the addition be rescinded, the building be fully documented over the next 15 days as outlined in the report, and that the historic building be reconstructed and inspected for final approval before any new permits are issued.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. I now recognize the applicant. Is applicant online? Ms. Ziegler, do you know if the applicant is online?
I believe so.
Hello.
Yes, applicant, proceed, announce your name, and proceed to comment.
Thank you. I'm not really sure how this actually works, so I apologize for the delay. My name is Dan Hufstetter. I'm the owner of the house. I would like to address the comments made by the staff. They have taken the position that the hardship was created by the homeowner. The hardship was not created by the homeowner. We'd worked for several years trying to work on the house. The problem was that the foundation issues were a result of years of water accumulation around the exterior of the house, undermining the physical integrity of the house foundation. If you look at the pictures that are in the filing, you'll see on the exterior picture showing significant exterior stone veneer movement over time. Many of the places where the movement has actually turned black over time because it's been so long and continued to move. If you look at the foundation structure of the house, it was stacked stone with mortar. There was an existing interior stone wall and exterior stone veneer wall that you see from the outside, and between that air pocket, 2 to 3 or 4 inches, there was stone rubble that was put in there. The interior of the house, the basement at the time the work was commenced, was 7 foot 1 inches in all throughout the whole basement area. The plan was to do what's called underpinning, which would require removing about 24 inches of dirt below the base stones under the existing foundation. And we chose to work from the inside because trying to get the equipment around that house was going to be very difficult, especially on the side where there's a concrete wall facing the house. The problem was the water around the house had compromised the mortar holding the stones together. So when the 24 inches of dirt was removed on the interior side, the mortar was compromised. Those stones were coming down. And it's at that point that when we got Mr. Buchanan out there for the second visit, because the concept was you had to dig a 24-inch airspace under both the interior and exterior stone walls. And the concern was, this is not good, because if you build up, you go to the outside, it could do the same thing. And that's when we stopped all work on the house. There hasn't been any work on the house in the last, 5 months, 4 months, whatever it was. Once this problem was determined, we got Mr. Buchanan involved. He got a structural firm involved, and Mr. Buchanan said, look, this house is not safe to live in any longer from the basement side area. And we determined the best course of action would be to apply for a demolition permit. So I applied for a demolition permit and did so under the economic hardship, because the amount of money it will require just to take all the stone off the house, redo that basement, is economically not feasible. And so I'm caught between a rock and a hard spot, in which Mark Buchanan has expressed as a structural engineer, the house cannot be repaired. And the staff saying, well, it can't be demoed. And I'm saying, okay, I'm not going to do any more work on the house because it makes no sense to do anything. And so I'm looking for the commission to give me some guidance. We cannot afford to spend the money to rectify the issue. And the house has been determined by a structural engineer that it has to come down. And what I'm understanding is the staff is opposed to the house being demolished. So I'm looking for the commission to give me some guidance on where they think we're supposed to go.
Thank you, Mr. Hofstetter. Ms. Ziegler, have we received any public comment?
Yes, you did receive emails that were sent to you prior to the meeting, and there are no public callers. Oh, excuse me, there is one call. We'll put that through right now.
Thank you.
Caller, go ahead. Caller, are you there?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead and give us your name.
Sure, my name is Wesley Weeks. I live at 3705 Richland Avenue, immediately adjacent to the applicant structure. I wanted to call and give my support for the demolition permit. This house, ever since I bought our house in 2012, has been in a really wretched state. It's the sort of thing like when we take family photos and all, we have to make sure that this house is not in the picture. The gutters have not been functioning since I moved in 2012 or 2013. And including, having vegetation growing from the gutters detached from the building, or just be completely filled. This house has been in a state of disrepair for a long time, and it's a significant eyesore for us. It causes a state of anxiety for my wife to live next door to it. And I'm afraid if some latitude is not given to the applicant to build something back there more than the original structure, it's going to continue to sit in its same condition for years to come. And that's generally the gist of the comments.
Thank you. Do you have any comment, Mr.
And when the house was purchased, for the first 3 or 4 months, you really couldn't even hardly go inside the house because the former homeowner, I guess, was somewhat of a recluse and had kept animals in there. And we just put down literally hundreds of pounds of cat litter just to get the urine soaked out of the wood floor. And so we continued to try to work on the house. The electrical was bad, the plumbing was bad. And so when we moved to the next stage to try to get everything done, is when we ran into the issue we are now. And I think Wesley's comments are correct. This house was in bad condition when we first got there. And, you know, I'm probably as pure on historical renovation as you're going to find anybody. I mean, I very much like things that were built long before I was ever born. But in this particular situation, it is not economically feasible to bring this back to life. It's and so we have to figure out what to do. And like I say, the staff's recommended it not to be demolished. The structural engineer is saying it can't be fixed. And so I know that, I mean, I feel bad for the neighbors. I mean, it was an eyesore, much worse than it is now when we bought it. But now we're in a situation that we haven't worked on it in 5 months, and they're not going to be able to do any work on it until we get some relief from the commission.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, is there any other public comment?
No, there are no other callers.
Thank you. So I now close the public hearing for 3707 Richland Avenue. Mr. Dickerson, could you please remind us what we should consider in regards to demolition request based on economic hardship?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Alex Dickerson with Metro Legal. This one is, of course, a little bit complex since it's essentially two different issues you're confronting. One is a demolition application and one is a violation, essentially. So first of all, I'd recommend that you take them in that order, because obviously if the commission determines that a demolition application should be approved, then that negates whether to consider the violation. So one can decide, the demolition application should be decided first. I'd also recommend that when it comes to the demolition application, that you consider it essentially in a three-part process. The first being whether economic hardship should be, whether the commission should consider economic hardship in this case. The second part, if you decide that it should be to go through the factors listed in the Metro Code under economic hardship. I will point out that whether a hardship is self-imposed is contained within that Metro Code provision. So in other words, if when you're making the first decision about whether the commission should consider economic hardship, if you think, well, if you have a concern, well, this is self-imposed, you should still be considering it. The vote there should be, yes, we're considering it, but this factor weighs against it if it's self-imposed. So let me make that clear. And then the third part of your decision would be, after having made the determination about whether there is demonstrated economic hardship, does the commission approve or deny the demolition permit application? Happy to answer any further questions if any commissioners have them.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerson. I'm sure we will ask you further questions as needed. Commissioners, discussion questions. Commissioner Fitz?
This is just a procedural question since we are talking, I guess, about whether economic hardship should be considered or not, and then we're addressing the show cause. Does that all get bundled into one motion, or are there like 3 different votes on this one project? That's just a question for legal or Robin.
Yes, this is Alex Dickerson again from legal. I don't think that it requires necessarily several votes. I would say that you probably want to have one vote on that on the demolition application. And then once that's decided, you would then have another vote on the violation, depending on what you decided on the demolition application. So those should probably be 2 separate votes, although it can all be sort of part of the same discussion. And ultimately, if you craft it, there's a way to craft it together in one vote if you want to, but just make sure you're addressing the demolition separate from the violation.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes, this is, I have a clarification for the staff as to, I'm going to restate what I think I understand from the staff's presentation and look for clarification there or to correct me if I'm wrong. So if I'm hearing what staff said, there was no application made to dig out the basement, undermine the foundation, and do the work that's pictured in in the photographs submitted with this application or with the documentation of what we're considering today. Is that in fact the case?
Yes, that's the case.
Chair Johnson, have we closed the public hearing?
Yes, we did. But I believe you can still ask some question to the applicant or whomever is needed. Is that correct, Mr. Dickerson?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm sure I need to do that. For the other commissioners, when I read this report, I'm very much troubled by the tone of this report from the structural engineer. And in reading it in detail, it's apparent to me that the person who was hired to do this work either didn't understand, didn't know, or wasn't aware, or perhaps intentionally went about this in a way that does not make logical sense and that created a scenario that has done all harm and very little good here. And so, the means and methods to do this certainly is not something that we even considered, nor would we have any purview over. And in reading that report, the structural engineer, I think, gave instruction of perhaps a way to rescue this situation scenario, and that the owner now, has gotten themselves into this predicament and is looking for our assistance to escape. I can't think of a way to impose this upon yourself any more than has been done to this point at this address.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. If staff can bring up the staff recommendation page so Commissioner can discuss based on staff recommendation. So I think first thing, as Mr. Dickerson suggested, how would you like to consider demolition application? If Commissioner has want to discuss how to address on the demolition application, we can move to the next stage. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. This is obviously a complicated one. I don't remember a similar case like this that we've seen in my time on the commission. As to the question of the demolition, question number one, I can't see any other way to it that this house did not need demolition before this foundation trenching was done. So it does seem clear to me that the applicant homeowner has created the situation that the engineer's report is purportedly addressing, that demolition is now the only solution. So, I mean, we've been pretty consistent about not allowing demolitions of historic contributing homes in our overlay districts in Nashville, and I don't see why this would change that pattern. So I would move. I don't know what the solution is for the homeowner in this situation, but I move that we disapprove the application for demolition on the basis of economic hardship. I think that's all I have for now. I welcome any other questions or discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. There is a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Mosley?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Mosley. I second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to take a call. Chairperson Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley.
Yes.
Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. So the demolition application is denied. So the next thing we have to discuss is a violation, I believe.
Chair, if I could, I'd like to add another little piece to this.
Sure.
This is a violation of an existing permit for an addition. And so when you have violations, you typically, to an existing permit, you look at them in terms of show cause. In other words, the applicant would need to show cause as to why that permit shouldn't be rescinded. So our recommendation is to rescind. It is a violation, so rescind that permit for the addition and then follow the requirements for reconstruction. Since the house does have to come down, and that way we can get back something. And it explains all that would need to happen. Materials be salvaged, measurements be made, and so forth.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. Commissioners, you had other clarification. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, I would just like to state, I don't know if there's any other comments, but regarding the show cause, I do not believe the applicant has provided any information on which we would not rescind the permit, and therefore I make the motion, well, I guess, to follow staff recommendation to rescind the preservation permit for the addition, finding that the foundation work was done outside the scope of the permit, and to move forward with full reconstruction if necessary, following the staff guidelines as listed.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to second Commissioner Jones's motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. There's a motion and second. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Mosley.
Maybe I'm missing something here. Certainly to the applicant's presentation or desire, demolition is being presented as the only option. In staff's opinion, I'm having trouble being convinced. I mean, I am looking at the photographs and admit that the structure is in dire condition based on the applicant's actions or his contractor's actions under the applicant's direction. Is there an alternative to demolition and reconstruction that the applicant has to bring the house up to habitability? That seems, in my mind, I don't reach the same conclusion in reading the structural engineer's report and looking at the photographs, but I certainly am not suggesting that that the applicant not show cause and that the addition preservation permit be rescinded. I'm more curious about the need for it to be demolished.
Good question. And of course, we would love for it not to be demolished. The reason we got to where we got is because Mr. Buchanan has a great deal of experience with historic buildings. And I included some of his resume to show some of the projects he's worked on in the staff report. And I did call him, and he said it's the worst building he's ever been in. And he's been in a lot of really bad buildings. So that's why we got to the point where we did, although, of course, we would love to see the option of restoring it.
Commissioner Price, your hands has been up. Do you have any further comment?
No, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitz.
Yeah, this is just to follow up on Commissioner Mosley's question to staff. And I guess if we're talking that from the structural engineer's report that demolition is required, is that full demolition of the building, or is there any opportunity for partial demolition and reconstruction? And you may not be able to answer that, but I just wanted to ask.
With the information we have today, the engineer's report and my discussion with the engineer, there didn't seem to be any way to save it other than to salvage materials as it comes down and reconstruct it.
Commissioner Mosley.
Perhaps I'm holding up progress here, but I'm thinking to myself, okay, if this house were going to be moved, I'm not suggesting that, but if this house were going to be moved and it were jacked and a proper foundation were put under it, that's at the owner's. If the owner wants to do that and that's at their choice, and they put a proper foundation under it that replicates what's there. I don't know that can be done. I have seen things as significant as that be accomplished. I hear the staff's desire that it not be completely raised and then reconstructed. I think maybe if the applicant wants to move in that direction, certainly I think we would entertain that under some supervision, given what has taken place to date in the violation of trust that already is in place at this address and by this applicant. But I think I've expressed that concern, and we have a motion in a second, so we'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Commissioner Fitz. Is there any other discussion question on this motion?
Sorry, I was muted. This is Commissioner Fitz.
Yeah, please go.
I might be getting a little nitpicky on the language of the motion, but I believe Commissioner Jones kind of added the words, if necessary, be reconstructed, and I would ask her to strike the words if necessary from that motion, if that makes sense. And that it be reconstructed, not if necessary.
Thank you. Chair Bell?
Yes, I also just want to have reflection on a bit of a pause, like Commissioner Mosley, perhaps, in the way we have voted this into three parts. And our first motion was to disapprove the demo, which we all voted unanimously. And then also the show cause. So if we have disapproved demolition, and we are now discussing reconstruction, and perhaps that might be a legal question, how are we being consistent in this review? Does that make sense?
This is Alex Dickerson with legal. I think that you denied you've denied the permit to demolish, but if staff recommends that as a condition of rescinding the existing permit, not the demolition permit, but the addition permit, that it be reconstructed the way that they propose, I think that would be proper. Even though the second part has demolition as part of that, I think it's still, you're denying a demolition as of right, but you are requiring the applicant to demolish and reconstruct in a particular way that the staff is recommending.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, legal.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes, thank you to Commissioner Fitz. And regarding the motion and the uses of the words if necessary, I guess I was thinking if, in my mind, reconstruction was of what has been done to the building, just, reconstruct as it was, but yes, I agree. So I will strike those words from my original motion for the record as reconstruction will be necessary in any regard.
Can we get a new second for that amended motion, please? This is Alex Dickerson.
Thank you. Commissioner Mosley, would you like to second? Commissioner Price.
I'll defer to Commissioner Price, who seconded the motion.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Price. Since I made the initial second, I will second the revision that Commissioner Jones just gave.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Price. There's motion and the second. Any other question or discussion? Seeing none, I will now call the roll. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. It was a really difficult discussion, and I really appreciate it. So now we are moving into the next case, 1512 Dallas Avenue. The public, if you want to make comment on this case, please call the number 629-255-1911. I believe Mr. Hoffman will be presenting this case. Please proceed.
Yes, this is not a request for economic hardship, but rather is a show cause hearing, as work has taken place far beyond the permit issued for an addition. All that is left, as you can see, is the front wall. Because the building is historic, staff cannot recommend demolition, but does request a show cause hearing to show why the permit should not be rescinded. Staff recommends that the permit be rescinded and that the building be reconstructed following the specific requirements outlined in the report and inspected for final approval before any new permits are issued. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Ziegler, if applicant online?
Thank you.
He should be.
Applicant?
I have WebEx open, yes.
Yes.
Martin, if you go ahead.
Switch audio. Okay, say that again. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Mr. Martin, we can hear you if you would go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can hear me now? Hello?
Sure we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So on February the 8th, demo on this project was underway. This was late in the day. The chimney on the east wall fell as they were taking the shingles off of that side. It was after the shingles over, they were taking the decking off on that side. There were 2 chimneys in this building. When this collapsed, it hit the other chimney in the side wall. It went all the way through the rafters that were all braced on, and it demolished the wall on the right side, part of it, and then part of it on the left side where it was leaning out, and went through the floor joist in one section. I found out about this on the morning of the 9th, immediately calling Melissa Baldock and Paul Hoffman. I've been in communication with Paul Hoffman throughout the process. I have read the public comments. My goal is, I believe, the same as Historics, to get this cleaned up as quickly as possible. It was not intentional demolition. The chimney broke the part of the roof in front of the ridge that was braced and was going to remain. Because the walls were leaning, the crew made the decision to cut them off because they were leaning towards the neighbors' homes, and it became a safety concern at that time. Everything has been rebraced, the front wall. The foundation for the addition is complete in the back. The lumber is on site. No other work has taken place since the 9th. As soon as I found out that this happened, the dumpster was removed. And I just want to put it back. My only question, I guess, would be, I don't understand rescinding the permit because and maybe that's above my head there, but because the historic home is already mapped out on the permit and was approved and the addition is approved. I'm in agreement. I want to put it back. I didn't want what came down to come down. I don't want anything else to come down. So because it happened on the 9th, this has all been open to weather. That's including that ice storm, which is kind of obliterating it. So I'm anxious to put it back exactly the way it was as quickly as possible. But that is what happened. And I guess that's my comment on it.
Thank you, applicant. Ms. Ziegler, is there any public comment on this case?
There are no callers.
Thank you. So since no comment, no caller.
This is Robin Ziegler. I just wanted to say that for the record, you did receive emails in advance. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So you had Ms. Ziegler. We did receive the email, and yes, we read all the email. So no additional calling in. I will now close the public hearing. Commissioners, any question or discussion? Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. It sounds like the circumstances of this accidental demolition, I suppose, were very unfortunate. And I sincerely hope nobody on site working when the chimneys collapsed were hurt. And I hope everybody was safe. I appreciate the applicant's willingness and stated willingness to rebuild the house as it was. But I do think that the rescinding the original preservation permit is necessary so that we can be given a chance to see plans for how the building will be put back together and meet all of the guidelines and staff recommendations in terms of materials and all of that. So I do see, while it's obviously not ideal for the applicant, I see why we need to rescind it and have plans submitted for restoring the building, which will be under a new permit number and permit application. So that's what I have for now. So I see Mr. Mosley has his hand up. I'll let him ask a question or make a comment too.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Commissioner Mosley.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Price's comments, and I guess I'll echo or pile on to that is while I empathize with the situation on site and unanticipated demolition, you know, as a commission, the intent of applicants, especially when we have things that don't go as planned, intentional, unintentional, we have to respond. And I guess I want to state for the record that the leverage that as a commission, you know, we sit and deliberate once a month. We're not out on site making sure that these things happen, nor can we ask the staff to be there and observe the construction, you know, day for day and be on site to make sure that the building goes back and this remains an asset, a historic asset within the community. And so therefore, you know, we have to maintain some leverage with an applicant and in each situation. And that's what is the case here in terms of rescinding a permit. So I'm echoing Commissioner Price's comments in that as much as I'd not like to do it, I think as a commission, maybe we're not bound to do it, but I think it's prudent for us to do that to make sure that the results are what they're expected to be.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. Commissioner Fitz.
Yes, I wanted to make just a comment about this project, and it's really a general comment, and it applies to the previous case that we just heard. But when you are doing an addition and renovation to the exterior of a historic structure, house, and actually it doesn't, I mean, it's not even necessarily if it's historic, but especially with historic structures, applicants need to take the highest precautions and means as to the contractors that they are hiring to perform this work. This type of work can be done and things can be properly stabilized and shored up, and having a contractor that understands how to work with that, I think that this could have been prevented. I think the accidental collapse could have been prevented if the contractor had properly stabilized that and you know, I'm not sure what was removed that shouldn't have been that caused the collapse, but I think this could have been unavoidable. And I just think applicants need to really need to take precautions and to do their due diligence in hiring the proper contractors for the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitz. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, completely agree with all comments made by previous commissioners, especially Commissioner Fitz there. And I'd also like to, as I was listening to the applicant, there's a discrepancy in what what the applicant stated and what is in our staff report. So I don't know if there is clarity to be had here, or if that is just something that I think should be on the record. But in our staff report, it says the applicant on page 7, the applicant states that the demolition happened when 2 chimneys collapsed after selected demolition of portions of the house that were approved as part of the permit. The applicant did not contact MHZC to inspect and revise the permit, but instead removed all but the front wall of the house, as we saw in the photos. The applicant does not provide a date for when the chimneys fell. The violation was discovered while conducting requested inspections elsewhere in the neighborhood. Whereas the applicant stated that it happened, I believe he said February 8th, and then I believe he said the next day he contacted MHCC. I guess I'd like, I don't know, again, who could answer that, or if there's any clarity to be had, but those are 2 different things as I'm thinking, had the applicant contacted staff, as they say as they recommend in the report, any changes to what you say you're going to do, what you are permitted to do, you need to contact staff prior to work being undertaken. And so this was, a case where that was not done. But according to the applicant, he did contact MHCC. So I'm just not sure if any clarity can be had on that.
Commissioner, this is Paul Hoffman. I can speak to that. The applicant has been in contact with us regularly since that time. The day that we discovered the extent of demolition, I called him from the site. And I believe that was February 9th. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, thank you, Paul. And this Commissioner Jones again, just to follow up. So that on February 9th, so that was when you discovered that everything in the house had been demolished. The current photos that we saw, that is the state the house was in when you were inspecting other properties in the neighborhood.
That's correct. I was doing other inspections in the neighborhood, and I think the photograph in the report on the 9th would be accurate as to that. My first inspection of that sort.
Okay. Commissioner Jones again. Thank you, Paul. And just again, for the record, for any other applicants, if anything unfortunate, something like this happens on a site, to contact, as it says in your permit, MHCC prior to undertaking any work that is outside the purview of your permit, to see what can be done, provides perhaps a revised permit, obviously with the current situation that your house is in. So just like to put that in.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Chair Bell.
Yes, just back up to Paul's comment on February 9. Prior to that, the applicant did or did not call you about the current condition?
The first contact that we had after issuing the permit was on February 9th when we discovered the building in the state that you see there. After that point, I think both this is Paul, and Melissa Baldock, I think we were in phone and email contact with him after that point.
Okay, but he did not call you prior to that to tell you what had happened?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, Right. Thank you, Paul. I think Commissioner definitely second or third, Commissioner Fitz and Commissioner Jones about these are difficult projects that come before us after the fact. And we are not very happy to see these happen to preservation homes. And thus, we're going to continue to have strong voices about developers or owners that for future be very, very clear about any changes to your plans. So, and just want to reiterate all that. And again, thank you, commissioners, for discussion.
Thank you, Chair Bell. Thank you, commissioners, for the comment. Is there any further discussion or a motion? Chair Bell, your hands are still up. Would you like to make a motion?
I'm going to leave that for someone else. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bell. Commissioner Hall.
With regard to, I believe that we're going to have 3 different votes on this. Is that correct? And have 3 different motions? Is that correct, or do I take them all as one?
Any recommendation, Mr. Dickerson or Ms. Ziegler?
Yes, this is Alex Dickerson. You can do it as one motion, or you can do it as however you like. You have the freedom to do all that.
Oh, okay. So with regard to 1512 Dallas Avenue, I recommend that we agree with the staff recommendations for disapproval of the demolition, for the preservation permit to be rescinded, and that the building be fully documented and reconstructed using original materials and historic images. And so that's my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayhall. Is there a second? Commissioner Price.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Is there any further discussion? If none, I will take a roll. Chairperson Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley.
Yes.
Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion was adopted. So we are about 2 hours into. Is anybody need to take any quick break, or can we go ahead? No hands, so I think I'm gonna continue to the next agenda. So next one is 201 Second Avenue North. If any public want to make comment, please call 629-255-1911. I believe again, Mr. Hoffman will present us the case. Please proceed.
Thank you. 201 Second Avenue North is a situation where work was done without a permit. It does not meet the design guidelines, but it is also not something that can be easily removed and still allow for roof access. Therefore, staff recommends that a cornice be added back to the building using the historic photos of the also Chamford Corner building that used to be across the street as inspiration. With the small size of the addition coupled with adding on the cornice to minimize its visibility, it may be that the massing of the addition could be appropriate. If not, staff recommends removal of that portion of the addition that does not meet the design guidelines, seen here in blue, within 180 days from the Commission's decision. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Is applicant online? Do you have any comment?
Yes, I am here.
Please state your name and proceed your comment.
Okay, my name is A.K. Upadhyay, and I'm a co-owner of the 200 Church Street building. I have lived here in Nashville for 52 years after arriving as a graduate student in Vanderbilt in 1969, where I received my master's and PhD in civil engineering. All my family and my children and grandchildren live here, so we love this city and we appreciate the Commission's work in protecting historic buildings. I'm here today asking the Commission to approve the drawings and specs as included in our permit of January 2019 and not approve staff recommendation to build a cornice facade. To require us to build a 150-foot facade to cover one small 6-foot structure, which is barely visible from the ground and which was already approved by the Commission 2 years ago, is shocking and would cause a huge financial burden to us normally, but especially now where we are already dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars of uncovered costs to fix damage from horrible Christmas bombing. Just as a background on this building, we purchased this vacant building in 2012. It was abandoned and in disrepair. We remodeled the ground floor interior and later leased it to Rocket Fizz in 2013. In 2018, we decided to remodel the upper floors and hired directly an architect to prepare plans. The plans were submitted to Metropolitan Courts Department to seek a building permit. As usual, courts forwarded these plans to all the affected agencies, including Metropolitan Historic Commission, who signed off on the permit. Please refer to page 23 and 24 of the presentation. The drawing clearly shows 2 access rooms. These are 6 foot by 10 foot on the roof to cover the custom handmade spiral stairs from weather. We relied on the Commission's approval and we constructed the rooms in accordance with the drawings. The rooms were completed around January 2020 and were unnoticed until the horrible Christmas Day bombing. Due to the bombing, we had about $250,000 of uninsured damage. In addition to these costs, we had unexpectedly had to endure. Then I received a call from the Commission staff that one of the 2 rooftop rooms, which has already been approved, was non-compliant. It was a shock to us as we submitted the plans of the rooms to the courts, received the required permit in 2019, and built the rooms according to the approved plans. The access rooms in question that faces the Church Street side, that room is 6 foot wide facing the Church Street like our arm's length. Photographs 30 show that these are only a small window. There is only a small window of visibility of the room right at the corner of Church Street if you look straight up. If you go south on 2nd Avenue, the view is blocked by AT&T server building. And if you walk north, it has a sufficient setback that you cannot see. Additionally, there is no record of our building ever having a cornice. So requiring one would be creating history, not preserving one. Commission staff's photographs in the report is of the building across the street, which is now a parking lot, and has cornice only on the 2nd Avenue side, not on the Church Street side. Actually, our building used to be a 3-story building and was increased to 4-story sometime in past century. There was never a cornice facade. As a matter of fact, the building adjoining us was permitted only to use a sheet metal covering during the last 10 to 15 years. I think you can see that on the side of our building. There is also no facade on the Hooters building across from us, none on the AT&T server building, and the rest of the surrounding structures are parking structures and parking lot. This cornice requirement is also significantly different from requirements on some of the 2nd Avenue building where frontage has collapsed. In those building facades were only 30 feet and can easily be constructed with new structural bricks. The cost of 150 feet of cornice wrapped around 2nd Avenue and Church Street is only economically formidable, but it is structurally impossible due to the age of the brick and mortar, which could not support the weight of a cornice. We are today pleading with the commission to not approve the cornice and the stucco recommendation. We are also asking use of stucco on the access room will cause, we propose actually using copper siding in the plans with a cedar shake, which we thought was more better looking features, and we really didn't like having stucco on the building because if you look at several dilapidated rooftop structures, stucco around the area. Our approved plans allow for copper siding and natural cedar shake as shown in the picture, and we ask that we be allowed to continue those plans. We again ask commissioners that you consider we build these access rooms per plans that were already approved by all concerned, that we also endured financial damage from bombing, and that addition of a cornice is structurally infeasible without substantial economic cost. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Dr. Prater. Ms. Ziegler, do we receive any public comment?
No, there were no emails and there are no callers.
Thank you. So since no email, no comment, I don't believe a rebuttal is necessary. So I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any question, discussion? Commissioner Fitz.
Yes, I have a question for staff. There seems to be a discrepancy between the applicant's comments versus what was in the report. In the report, it had stated, I believe, that no exterior modifications had been submitted to historic, and but they had been submitted to codes. And so I'm just curious, did this bypass historic, or I just wanted to hear what staff had to say about that.
This is Paul Hoffman again, Commissioner. Historic zoning signed off as we do on the permit for interior work, but there was no application made to the Historic Zoning Commission for the permit that the applicant refers to, the 2018 permit that was issued by codes. The language says interior renovations to the 2nd to 4th floor to convert to 6 apartment units, no change to exterior or footprint. So it would have been normal for us to have signed off, ignore on a permit that was for interior work only. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pratt.
So, Paul, do I understand right then that the applicant submitted plans to codes that specifically stated there would be no changes to the exterior of the building? And so codes, Historic Commission can say, okay, well, we're not concerned about it. But in fact, there were plans to change the exterior. But so essentially, these stairwells were not permitted at either the codes level or MHCZC level, correct?
It's a little confusing because there's different sections to codes. What Mr. Hoffman read is their code permit. That is the building permit that they received, and that's what we saw, and there were no plans. I think they probably did take some plans to buildings review, but their permit wasn't for that, and we never received the plans until we noticed the violation and contacted them. Their permit very clearly states that it's for interior work only.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, that was Commissioner Fitz and Price. That was also my question as the applicant was presenting. I was rereading, the staff report and a little confused. So thank you for clearing that up. And with that info in mind, again, I'd just like to share with potential applicants, the public, a lot of these sticky situations seem to occur when things are done that were not approved, and therefore, asking, forgiveness, not permission model seems to be rampant in the city right now. So this is just such a tough one. While I just sympathize, with the applicant and the loss of a lot of his structure in the bombing and everyone at Second Avenue. But this work was done prior to, and it's just it puts a great deal of a hardship on us as a commission, these types of votes. But I can't get around the fact that work was done that was not permitted, and so that is something that will set a precedent and will be brought back to us time and time again, as we've seen in other applications for things like this. So those are my thoughts on it right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to echo everything Commissioner Jones just said. I wholeheartedly agree. It's very difficult, but here we are. I think the staff and Paul have done a good job of trying to find a compromise with the proposed cornice. It seems like there's some evidence that there was previously a cornice. I'm not exactly clear on that. So while I understand it's a significant additional cost, I think it's a workable compromise solution to the situation. So I would support the staff recommendation for that. Otherwise, I would support, as we've done many times, an order to have the work that was done that was not permitted removed. So I'm unless there's any other discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Mayhaw.
Yeah, this is just a comment to the property owner. My heart goes out to you for what happened on Christmas Day. I live a block away from you, and so I felt it. And it was devastating, as everybody knows. I have walked past this building probably every other day for quite 10 years, and I have noticed that there's been boarded up windows in the back, and I have just kind of always been very sad that this building has not been renovated. So again, I just didn't want the vote to go on without me saying to the property owner that I feel what he's going through, and I'm sorry that he had uninsured losses here, and I hope that we can come to some sort of an agreement that you can bring this building back to its original splendor and use and beauty. And so I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayhaw. Comment? Yes, we all, our heart goes out to the victims and property owner on that street, and applicant, and as well as Commissioner Mayhaw, and we are so grateful everybody's safe. So if no other discussion, I will entertain the motion. Commissioner Price?
Yes, with respect to 201 Second Avenue North, I move that we approve the rooftop addition with the staff conditions as shown on the screen right now. One, that a cornice would be designed and approved administratively, that the rooftop additions be clad in stucco, that MHZC staff approve doors prior to purchase and installation, and the last bit about no additional lighting or signage without a preservation permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Commissioner Mayhall.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will take a roll. Chairperson Bell.
Yes, and Chair, after everyone votes, I'd like to make another comment.
Certainly, I will come to you. Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley.
Yes.
Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chairperson Bell for the comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. With the fundraising that has been happening for Second Avenue and its owners, would there be a possibility for this owner to apply for those funds? And that's might be a rhetorical question, but you know, we do know that there is fundraising efforts for Second Avenue.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we have, there has been a person that has been hired that is doing nothing but applying for grants for the area. And it's specifically with the district and the Metropolitan Historic Commission Foundation. And our focus is the buildings. And so I would be, and also we're having a benefit concert on the 26th that Channel 5 is graciously supporting us and giving us free airtime to view. And so these funds also will go towards helping the property owners. And so I would be happy to take the owner's name down and find out where he goes to apply for additional assistance. So I just wanted to say that we are working on that, and I would definitely think that he would be, he could apply for some help.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayhall.
Thank you, Chair Bell and Commissioner Mayhall for the great information, and hopefully applicant can take advantage of these grants, and would love to see a nice building restored. Thank you. So now we are moving on to next agenda item. That will be 1131 Riverwood Drive. If public want to make comment, please call 629-255-1911. So I believe Mr. Hoffman will show us the project. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is Paul Hoffman. 1131 Riverwood Drive is an outbuilding that was installed without permit. Staff recommends disapproval based on the design guidelines and past interpretations of the design guidelines. However, it may be appropriate for the Commission to reassess and provide staff with new direction in terms of whether or not a foundation should be continuous and whether or not wall and eave heights need to be proportional to the historic building on an associated outbuilding. Staff observed this garden shed in September 2020 after a previous non-contributing outbuilding was demolished. The 112 square foot outbuilding meets the Eastdale Place Conservation Zoning Overlay guidelines for location and design, but does not meet Section H2 due to a low wall height that is not compatible with historic outbuildings. The shed also does not meet Section H6 for materials, as the siding is T111, which has not been an approved siding material. The foundation is on piers and the windows are vinyl. Staff recommends disapproval, finding that the project does not meet Section 3B for new construction or 3H for outbuildings of the Eastdale neighborhood conservation zoning overlay. Staff recommends that the building be removed from the site within 60 days. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Is applicant online, Ms. Ziegler?
Hello, yes, this is the applicant. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please announce your name and proceed for the comment.
This is Helen Simpkins. I'm the homeowner at 1131 Riverwood. I want to thank the commission for all your work on this and all these projects that I care so much about. Our request is to keep the outbuilding as is on the basis that it is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood and only exceeds the threshold to meet the design guidelines by 12 square feet. In addition, a removal of this and a replacement of it would force us to put a hold on maintenance to the primary structure of our home that is needed to maintain the original features like the wood windows and prevent water damage to the foundation. And also, I would like to note that prior to the purchase of this shed, we were not aware of the historic overlay of our home as we just purchased it in August. We would just like the commission to consider an exception to this shed and outbuilding that do not require us to meet the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we received any public comment, Ms. Ziegler?
Yes, you did receive an email from Councilmember Benedict. She writes, I have reviewed all of the documentation on this case and have driven by the property. While I wish Mr. Simpkins would have been aware of the conservation overlay prior to his actions, I do not see any reason why the current structure needs any modifications. My hope is that you will not follow staff recommendation, but rather that you will allow Mr. Simpkins to leave the structure as it is currently. Always thank you for your service to the city. And that concludes her email. And there are no callers.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. Since no other comment, no call, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, any questions, comment, discussion? Commissioner Mosley.
I think the siding and windows and some of the other things are encourage some debate amongst commissioners as far as that. I won't speak to that, but I think in terms of a foundation, when I look at this building, it is very obviously, it's just a temporary shed purchased and put on a temporary foundation. And I think, in this, we're not trying to park a car in here. We're not trying to, set up grandma or mother-in-law in this building. We're maybe housing just some overflow from the house and lawnmower and a few bicycles for security. So while I don't want to disregard what we previously have done with outbuildings or might do in the future, I think by requiring a building of this type to have a permanent foundation makes it something temporary more permanent and utilitarian more permanent. And I'm having trouble sort of reconciling that as that it's just over the threshold of something that we wouldn't even see. Admittedly, it is beyond 100 square feet, but at 10 by 12, it certainly is like many other buildings you would see. If it were much larger than this, you're trying to do more with it, put plumbing in it and some of those other things. It's a completely different story. But in my opinion, a very temporary shed building that is, is on a non-permanent foundation I don't have a problem with this given its function. And I think there exists within the history of our districts buildings of this size and just flat out utility that were not that were impermanent and intended just to provide some protection from the weather and some definition of 4 walls and a door for access, not much more than that.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. Is there any other comment, commissioners? Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Commissioner Mosley. While I understand why we regulate outbuildings, I agree with his comments, and the fact that it's so close. I just don't think that if, looking at this building from the street, I would know that it was over 100 square feet. I don't know. I don't have a big problem with this one, considering that it is temporary and it is a simple garden shed. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Chair Bell.
I think we've had some projects like this come before us, and we have not approved them. I do understand the temporary intent, perhaps, but what happens when the next door wants to have one, and the next door wants to have one? How are we setting precedents? And also, the neighborhood is the one who established these guidelines. We did not. And thus, our purview is to follow those guidelines. So I just want to remind ourselves of that, even if this might be a bit of a temporary intent again. I feel like we're going to go outside of what the guidelines wants us to review.
Thank you, Chair Bell. Commissioner Price.
Thank you, Chair Bell. I appreciate your comments, and I don't disagree with you either. This is one of those tough ones, as we seem to have a lot of today on our plate. So thank you for your comments.
Yes, Ms. Ziegler.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that maybe there is, so that this isn't just a one-off, maybe there is some direction that could be given to staff on when a low eave height and a lack of continuous foundation might be appropriate. Maybe that's under 200 square feet, under 120 square feet. We do recommend that you do stick to requiring the materials you have in the past, because that probably is going to open up doors you wouldn't expect to. But I think there may be a way to give us some direction on foundation and eave height or wall height for small outbuildings.
Thank you for the great suggestion, Ms. Ziegler. Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, if this were a 10 by 10 of the exact same thing, but it was a 10 by 10, this would not even be reviewed. Is that correct?
Exactly. You wouldn't review any part of it.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones here again. I guess, that's my struggle with this particular one, is that it is so close from something that just would not be reviewed. Again, as we've seen time and time again, you give an inch, they take a mile. I'm not suggesting to this applicant that is what happened, but it will come up to us in future meetings, as a precedent. So, but that it is so close to something that we would not review at all is the rub for me here of this one particular case. So, I completely agree with both Commissioner Bell and her points, but also Commissioner Mosley and his points on that. So I'll wait, to hear more from other commissioners or to respond with thoughts that Robin had asked for, because I don't know if I have them. Yeah.
Thank you. Chair Bell.
Another just general thought is that it's always good to have public hear these kind of situations because they, as Commissioner Jones says, this will come up again before us. And for this homeowner who innocently, sounds like, did not know that this was under a conservation overlay, that's the reason for us to have these discussions so that public will become more aware of where there are conservation overlays, especially when there are older homes, especially in the neighborhood of Eastdale Neighborhood Association, I mean, conservation overlay. So again, I think these are these moments where it's important to have these conversations and to make the public aware so that we don't continue to have unawareness. So thank you again for discussions, commissioners.
Thank you, Chair Bell. Commissioners, do you have any further discussion, comment? Is anybody ready to make a motion? Any commissioners? Feel free to raise hand or continue our discussion. Yeah, I understand this is a tough one, especially garden shed, and it's not a permanent structure, but it is sitting in the conservation zoning overlay. So we will have to have a very thoughtful discussion. Commissioner Mosley.
So I'll make a shot here. Who knows what'll happen? So I'm gonna recommend approval of the project as submitted, noting that it is temporary structure and it does not have a permanent foundation, which as a commissioner for a building that is, of a common size, 10 by 12, that can be readily purchased and is intended for storage and not intended for occupancy or parking cars or anything else, that it is it's something that we really shouldn't be spending our time reviewing. And given that it is still close to the 100 square feet, I find that it is not it's not permanent in nature, and therefore is acceptable and submitted with the understanding that something that were larger than 10 by 12 would not be something that would be able to be approved or that would be fitting in our historic districts. That's a meandering motion, but that's where I stand on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Mosley. Commissioner Jones.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. There's motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Chairperson Bell.
No.
Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yeah.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. I think motion carries. So it is almost getting close to 3 hours. If it's okay with other commissioners, I would like to suggest we take a quick break so Chair can replenish the glass of water. So could we take about a 5 minutes break?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we will see 5 minutes. Right now, getting close to 4:50, so we will meet 4:55. Thank you. We'll come back. Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Mosley?
Present.
Commissioner Price? I will come back. Chairperson Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Price?
Yes, I'm here. Apologies.
Thank you. So we are now moving on to 1515 Gale Lane. To the public, if you want to comment, please call 629-255-1911. I believe this one is Ms. Surgett. Would you please present the case?
Yes. So just a note, in addition to the materials that were included with the staff recommendation, the applicant did send some supplemental materials yesterday, and those were forwarded to the commission. So an outbuilding has been approved for 1515 Gale Lane with fiber cement siding. The applicant would like to request a material for the siding that has not been approved in the past, and that staff has found to not meet the guidelines. So it could not be approved administratively. The product is Everlast Advanced Composite Siding, which is an extruded material made of inorganic materials, polymer resins, and acrylic colorants. It has an embossed texture, which has not been approved by the commission in any scenario so far. The product does not meet the design guidelines for substitute materials because of its texture and details. To date, the commission has never allowed for a textured lap siding material because it creates a theme park effect. The material is described as having a rough sawn texture, whereas most historic lap siding had a smooth milled surface. The design guidelines principle 3 states that fake old buildings are not appropriate. The commission determined several decades ago that texture siding can create a faux old house look, and this interpretation is consistent with commissions across the country. In the past, the commission has considered workability as a detail of a proposed substitute material. This follows national standards and the guidance of the National Park Service. In terms of workability for replacement of historic wood lap siding, the commission has considered if the substitute material can be repaired, sanded, and painted like wood. This material cannot be sanded due to being made of all inorganic materials. It can be painted, however, paint will void the warranty. Since it cannot be repaired if damaged, it would have to be fully replaced, unlike historic wood siding. So for these reasons, staff recommends disapproval of the revision to permit number 2020-073959, finding that the proposed product does not meet sections 2A3 and 2BD for texture and details.
Thank you, Ms. Sargent. Is applicant online? If so, please announce yourself and proceed for the presentation comment.
into WebEx. You should be able to speak to your computer.
Okay, thank you.
Please go ahead, Mr. Dowdy.
Hi, my name is Craig Dowdy. I'm a product specialist for Everlast Siding in the Northeast. Obviously, Amber must be having a hard time getting on, so I was going to go ahead first. I'm also certified by the Western Red Cedar Lumber Association, as well as the Redwood Association, as well as the Western Red Cedar Lumber Association. I'm very familiar with lap siding. It's been a part of my upbringing throughout my life. One of the things that I was brought to my attention was about the rough sawn look of our product. Real traditional old cedar siding or pine, or there's a lot of different grades or products that are not used. They were all rough sawn. They were not smooth. What had happened over the generations that had been painted so many times that in a lot of cases people thought they were smooth. There's a product called radial sawn, which was a very old traditional product that was used very extensively in the Northeast. And that basically was just taking a log, rolling it around, and cutting beveled pieces off of it. The other products that have been used in the past were all rough-faced products. So I guess what I'm trying to say is when we up here in Salem and in what's the other ward, Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, where we have a lot of old historic buildings, we've been able to get this product approved because that really is a traditional wood look. It's just a matter of how many coats of paint you have on it before it doesn't look smooth anymore, or before it doesn't look rough anymore. The graining on it that we have is actually imprinted from a piece of Western Red Cedar, CVG cedar, rough face. It's not a copy. It's not somebody's made up. That was an actual piece of wood that was used. So I guess I just wanted to respectfully say that, I'm all for the historic districts, and I'm a real big proponent of wood products, except, quite frankly, this one is the only one that I've ever seen that really gives you that wood look. And that's Salem, the Salem redevelopment, that they really did a great job of recognizing that it really does look like wood. And they were 4-0 as far as they approved the product. And I would like to turn this over to somebody else. I hope that will work for everybody. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Amber with Hood Distribution.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Yes. In addition, on behalf of Hood Distribution and Chelsea Building Products, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today in making our case for Everlast composite siding as an appropriate, authentic, superior man-made alternative for real wood siding. Our case today is to request your approval for a revision on a new outbuilding in the historic Belmont-Hillsborough overlay at 1515 Gale Lane as a demonstration project, or a sample installation, if you will, to provide you with the opportunity to review Everlast Advanced Composite Siding in a historic setting for further consideration of including it in your list of approved materials. We believe once you view the material in a historic setting, you will be compelled to approve Everlast for use on buildings throughout the historic overlays. I trust you had the opportunity to review the materials provided prior to the meeting, so I'd like to simply highlight a few of the benefits of Everlast to historic property owners. So first and foremost, Chelsea is so confident in their siding's quality and durability. They offer an industry best limited lifetime warranty to the original homeowner, which warrants Everlast to be free from manufacturing defects, will resist damage caused by termite attacks, and will not rot or delaminate. Everlast is further warranted against excessive color change, peeling, flaking, cracking, rusting, blistering, and corroding. In addition, Everlast provides lifetime hail protection for any damage not covered by the homeowner's insurance policy. And this warranty is transferable to new owner as a 50-year prorated warranty upon change of ownership. It's also important to note Everlast is highly resilient, virtually impervious to water, and will never swell, bow, expand, or contract, making it ideal for areas of flood concern. And annual maintenance costs will be significantly reduced because there's no need to paint or perform spot repairs. Of course, the union of wood and paint is as old as human the human desire to paint and protect an object or simply decorate the surface. However, all painted surfaces share a common problem. They all endure the erosive effects of time. And in some of the information that I sent you, you could see a comparison of various siding materials, all of which had to be painted, with the exception of Everlast, which was shown in Seaside Gray, the color chosen by the homeowner at 1515 Gale Lane for their project. The look and texture of Everlast was created, again, like Craig said, from a real piece of rough-hewn Western red cedar. This technique imparts Everlast with the highly realistic, refined aesthetic of real wood, which is difficult to perceive from a distance and will not stand out when on the wall. This same texture would have been visible on the original wood siding used on buildings in the historic overlays before layers and layers of paint were applied over the decades. Everlast cuts and drills just like wood, is very lightweight, and installs as a rain screen cladding, which is the only attribute Everlast has in common with vinyl siding. The highly durable and fade-resistant capstock of Everlast never requires priming, caulking, or painting, providing owners with minimal maintenance, only requiring an occasional wash. Everlast's unique combination of inorganic materials, polymer resins, and acrylic colorants produces a thick, solid, and strong siding with unsurpassed durability that cannot fade or rot even in the harshest climates. The manufacturer of Everlast is so confident in its UV resistance, they offer a 100% replacement guarantee, including material and labor for life. But full replacement is not required for all repairs. If damage does occur, which is highly unlikely, spot repairs can be performed easily by removing and replacing smaller sections as necessary. The surface can be easily painted if a color change in color is desired, with no sanding or priming required to achieve the optimal paint adhesion. And yes, as stated in the staff recommendation, this does void the warranty. But it is important to note as well that Everlast is fully recyclable at the end of its extremely long lifespan. So I did share some case studies, and some of those, I'll reference some of those. There were some architectural renderings for the new Renaissance Marriott Hotel, which is located in the heart of the first city of downtown St. Augustine, Florida. With its Mansford roof, intricate trimming, and iconic turrets, the design and architecture of the Renaissance Marriott Hotel was inspired by the original 19th century Hotel San Marco, as well as two others hotels that existed around the turn of the century, the Barcelona Hotel and the Spear Mansion Hotel. The project, approved by the oldest historical review board in the United States, is currently under construction, as seen in the photos that I provided, using Everlast for portions of the exterior cladding. Everlast has also been installed on several new homes in the Nashville area, including one at 917 Southside Place, as well as 909 Southside Place, and those are in the located between the Gulch and Edge Hill areas. So Hood Distribution was founded in 1899 with 14 locations. 3 of our locations specialize in dealer and lumberyard sales and have for many years, and have had a strong showing with Everlast in New England since it was released nationwide in 2018. And those include, one includes the First Congregational Church of Shrewsbury, which Craig mentioned when he was speaking. As well as a condominium that was renovated on 1 Washington Street in Salem, Massachusetts, which was also approved by the Historical Commission in that area. So I would like to pass the floor to the homeowner, Moss Pettigrew. He should be on the phone.
Applicant, you have just 1 minute left.
Homeowner, if you want to say something, you have 1 minute. Please proceed.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is Moss Pettigrew. I'm at 1515 Gale Lane in the 12 South area. And I had called in reference to using Everlast siding on by address at 1515 Gale. And the reasoning was it's the most advanced siding in the market. It's the most realistic wood pattern that mimics wood. The other sidings out there are a fake look, and this is very realistic. It has stain protection. I don't have to paint it, which is a big deal to me. So I just think, for the integrity of our neighborhood, I would love to have the most superior advanced siding in the market. It's on the absolute other end of the spectrum as a vinyl siding, which is a very cheap vinyl. That's not what this is. It's very advanced siding.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, have we received any public comment on this item?
No, there have been no emails and there are no callers.
Thank you. So I will declare public hearing to be closed for this item. Commissioners, do you have any question, discussion? Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. Frankly, this is a non-starter with me. It's the design guidelines are very clear that this material is not allowed, and I'm a bit astonished about the sales pitch that we just got for it. As was mentioned earlier, the design guidelines are the product of a democratic public discussion process and very deliberate in their goals. And this is not something that's approved. There are other synthetic sidings that are available to the applicant to use. So I recommend that those alternatives that are on our list of approved materials be considered first. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Commissioner Jones.
Chair Pro Tempore, is public hearing closed?
Yes, Commissioner Jones, I declare the public hearing to be closed.
Okay, thank you. I just couldn't remember. Yeah, I also then, in that case, I also agree with Commissioner Price on this one. The staff outlines excellent points in our staff review. Wood, the reason for needing replacement or substitute, I'll say substitute materials, is in the presence of a situation, where actual materials are not available, which they are. So why do you need a wood lookalike when there is wood to be used? So again, any other commissioners have comments, but I'm in full agreement with Commissioner Price that this, I'm very much inclined for disapproval.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Maple.
Even if the public hearing is closed, do the commissioners have a right to have a question to the applicant?
Yes, I believe that's the case. Mr. Dickerson, could you please clarify?
What? Yes, this is Alex Dickerson. That's correct.
Okay, if that is the case, then Commissioner Jones, did you want to pose a question to the applicant?
This is Commissioner Jones. No, I'm just assume that this is a cheaper material and easier to maintain. So that's what I'm going with. But that doesn't make it a good choice for a historic district. But thank you, Commissioner Mayhall. But no, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion or a motion? Commissioner Price.
Yes, with respect to 1515 Gale Lane, I move for disapproval of the revision of the existing permit.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Is there a second? Commissioner Jones.
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Now I'm going to take a roll. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is 2121 Westwood Avenue. Public, if you have a comment, please call 629-255-1911. Ms. Baldock, could you please tell us about the project?
Sure. Staff administratively approved partial demolition due to structural issues at 2121 Westwood, but once the demo was done, the applicant determined that the remaining wall could not be saved. They now request full demolition. Staff recommends disapproval of the demolition, finding that the demo does not meet Section 3B since the building is historic. If demolition is found to be inappropriate, then the issue of creating a complete foundation still exists and needs to be addressed. Staff recommends that the building be reconstructed following the plans from 2020 and the historical documentation, and that the addition continue as planned using the plans from 2021. Section 2A4 of the design guidelines allow for reconstruction if the building was contributing. It had appropriate massing and scale for the neighborhood and is based on documentary evidence. The building was contributing and was an appropriate massing and scale for the district. There is photographic evidence of earlier conditions and the existing permit plans. The design guidelines also assume that a building is, quote, no longer existing as a condition for allowing reconstruction, and all that remains is a front wall and porch. Staff recommends that the building be reconstructed using some original materials, the 2020 permit plans, and the historic images, following the detailed direction of this report, finding that the reconstruction meets Section 2A4 of the design guidelines for the Hillsborough West End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay.
Thank you, Ms. Baldock. Applicant, is the applicant online? If so, please state your name and proceed.
My name is Blaine Bonadise. I'm the architect on the project. I'm at 1606 Linden Avenue. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. We agree with staff that I think that we can reconstruct this structure. We have no issues with that whatsoever. We did explain to staff that we would have to temporarily remove the gable end, which is on either side of the the fireplace temporarily, so that we could get underneath that to put proper footings, etc., and replace it back in its where it is now. There are two additional stipulations, I think, that were created in this new draft from the staff, and those two stipulations were that we use beveled siding without corner boards. In addition, they were asking us to put diamond fixed casement windows. That was not in the original proposal. We're okay with doing the beveled siding. I think it's a very difficult thing to execute, but we're willing to do that. The diamond pattern windows, I think, is an imposition, certainly in terms of the cost of those windows. They are extraordinarily more expensive than what we proposed and what was previously approved. So we'd like to revert back to that approval, but are willing to compromise on the beveled siding with no corner boards as it turns the corner. I just want to also note that this is a 185-foot lot, and this house sits 140 feet back. I don't think that is going to impact the look of this at all. And I think that we've been extremely willing to do what Historic has asked us. And we just simply don't think that is something that we want to agree with. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, have we received any comment?
No public comment and no callers.
Thank you. So if there's no comment and no caller, I will close public hearing on 2121 Westwood Avenue. Commissioners, discussion, question? Please feel free to raise your hand if you have any comment, discussion, or a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, this is a tough one, as the architect alluded to. I've now been on the commission for, I guess this is at least the third time this lot has been here. The first vote, as mentioned in our staff report, was, to put a house in front of it, since it sits so far back on this lot. For those who aren't, the architect alluded or said it, but I mean, I remember that case, and then that was denied, and then for this addition. So this has gone through quite a few iterations. So I guess I'll wait to hear. I was actually looking, my original question I just found in my staff report that I'm looking at about the diamond cased windows and where that was required. And just for my fellow commissioners, that the reconstruction that will be required, or that staff is suggesting is required, is on pages labeled 5 and 6 in our staff reports. Which is where it lists the lap siding with mitered corners, and the front windows shall be diamond fixed or casement windows, as documented in earlier photographs. So, yeah, those are things I guess I'll wait to hear other commissioners' thoughts on.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Fitz.
I've got a few questions, I guess, for staff, and then just kind of a general comment. So in the demolition, I guess the demolition disapproval, I mean, it sounds like and looks like that, I mean, it does have to be demolished, what's remaining to be reconstructed. So is this is kind of the technicality that I guess I'm asking, is this also kind of the technicality that we disapprove demolition because it was a historic structure, then with the reconstruction understand that it will be reconstructed? I guess that's my question first, and then I've got a comment after that, just if staff or legal wants to comment and then come back to me.
Yes, you're correct. This is Robin Ziegler. This is similar to those other cases in that we're recommending against demolition because it is a historic building, and therefore but it is what it is. There's barely a wall left, and so we are recommending for reconstruction. But it differs in that this is not a violation. It's not a show cause. This is information that they came to us with ahead of time.
Correct. And then I wanted to make just the general comment to the public. There have been a lot of demolition cases before us today, and this one does differ because it's not a show cause, and it's also because there was a flaw in the original construction of the building. There was a foundation and footing missing that caused this. This was not due to not due to kind of any fault, as it appears to the, to the contractor or the process. It was really a deficiency in the building. So I just wanted to make that distinction and let the public know why this is a completely different case. And sorry, one more question. In the staff report, it looks like it says Diamond, you're recommending a choice of the Diamond windows or casement. Is that correct?
We were just saying that those Diamond lights could be a fixed window or it could be a casement.
Oh, I see. It wasn't Diamond fixed or casement. It was Diamond fixed or casement. Okay. Sorry, I read that wrong. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitz. Any further question or discussion? Commissioner Jones.
Yes, I'd just like to point out that Commissioner Fitz made some excellent points there on how this is a case of its own. Again, we take cases on a case-by-case basis, but this is different from previous ones where, yeah, just excellent points. And with that regard, and just remembering a few of the past times that this has come up and how far back this sits on the lot, I am inclined to grant the relief of not having the stipulation of the specific Diamond windows. That is my opinion. I don't think it will be able to be visible from the street. It is so far back on this lot if you look at your plans. So those are my thoughts on that, and they seem very amenable to all the other staff recommendations. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Is there any other comments or discussion? If not, Chair Bell.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I heard the applicant mention any salvaging, if there was any possible salvaging and reuse of historic materials. Could we?
There is some lap siding that's historic and some that's not, and they're very open to reusing. I'm so sorry, this is Robin Ziegler. They're open to reusing that existing lap siding. There is the chimney materials that I think they're going to try to reuse, but it's a little iffy because it's stone attached to brick. So I think that'll just depend on how well it comes down. Mm-hmm. And there's a post on the carport on the far right.
All right. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Commissioner Price.
Yeah, I'd like to chime in and say that I agree with Commissioner Jones, and I know this applicant has been through a lot with this property and have so far been very amenable and working with the commission and with the staff. So I too would be, I think, okay with granting the relief as Commissioner Jones put it on the window issue. It could still be perhaps casement windows, but maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe without the diamond patterns. So I just wanted to say that I tend to agree, since so much of this building is gone and we're talking about one wall. I just don't know. It's another difficult and interesting one here before us today. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Great discussion and information. If there is no other question or discussion, I will entertain the motion. Commissioners, would anybody want to make a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Jones.
Have we made the motion regarding demolition, first of all? Pardon. There's been so many.
No, I don't think there's been any motions yet at all.
Okay.
This is Robin. It may be that you could combine the two, since this one's a little simpler than those earlier ones.
Okay.
To disapprove and to approve reconstruction.
Okay, sure. Then regarding 2121 Westwood Avenue, I recommend disapproval of demolition, finding that demo does not meet Section 3B in the guidelines. And regarding reconstruction, I recommend that the building be reconstructed with all of the guidelines listed by staff, with the exception of requiring a diamond window.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Great motion. Commissioner Price.
I believe Commissioner Fitz had her hand up first.
Commissioner Fitz?
Oh, I was just going to second that motion.
Thank you. There's first and second. Any further question? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Chairperson Bell.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes.
Commissioner Mosley.
Commissioner Mosley has left the meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Now we are moving on to next agenda item. That will be 1609 Franklin Avenue. To the public, again, if you want to make a comment, please call 629-255-1911. And I believe the presenter is Mr. Hoffman again. And yeah, please tell us about the project.
Hi, this is Paul Hoffman. 69 Franklin Avenue was presented as an economic hardship case. However, based on the extent of long-term damage and the type of damage, mold and moisture, staff found that the building simply is not able to be rehabilitated. Therefore, the economics of the situation were not relevant. 2 engineers' reports and a mold report were submitted. The mold and moisture inspection by Frost Environmental Services concludes that there is visible mold growth, elevated moisture levels, and water damage on the floors, walls, visible joists, studs, and ceiling. The remediation work needed is not possible with the building in its current condition. Staff finds that sections 1, 2, and 4 have been met. Sections 3, 5, and 6 are incomplete, but staff does not find them necessary based on the compelling evidence of the engineer reports and mold estimate. Section 8 may not have been met. However, the issue for this case is not the cost of repairs, but the inability to repair. Repair would likely not be possible for any owner at purchase price or cost. Staff recommends approval of the demolition based on the inability to rehabilitate the building. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. If applicant online, please announce yourself and proceed your comment.
I got removed from the event. Why was I removed? It says the host removed you from the event.
Hey, Mr. Clayman, is that you?
Yes, it is. Oh, my computer
live.
is that I've been removed. All right, I'm the owner of this property, and I'm asking for forgiveness and being able to demolish this building. I recently purchased this building in hopes of remodeling it and renovating it. I live a block away from this house. I've been looking at it for years, and I remodel houses for a living. I'm just asking for permission to demolish this building and build something that will be complementary to the neighborhood. I'll answer any questions if you have any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, have you any comment?
No emails and no callers.
I recognize Councilman Withers is raising his hand, so I will now recognize Councilman Member Withers.
Thank you so much, Chair Johnson. I just wanted to chime in on this one. I agree with Mr. Kleiman that this building has been in a state of disrepair for many, many years. I hadn't myself realized that it was quite this bad either. This is rare, but I am speaking in favor of the demolition request at this time. Mr. Kleiman is like myself, we're both neighborhood folks who've been involved for a long time, and I'm sure that Mr. Kleiman will bring a new project to that site that will be good for the neighborhood. And it's kind of unfortunate that we as a community and even as a neighborhood have kind of allowed it to linger that long and that bad of a shape. And that is really food for thought for me, that our neighborhood groups sometimes can maybe be a little bit more proactive at identifying potential problems with structures early and trying to work on resolutions for those early rather than letting buildings sit for many, many years like this. But that is food for thought going forward. But just did want to express that I do support the demolition request in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Withers. I do appreciate sticking with us since 2 a.m. Is there any other public comment, Ms. Ziegler?
No, there are no callers.
Thank you. So I will close public hearing for 1609 Franklin Avenue. Commissioners, so Commissioner Mayhall. Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes, excuse me. I drove by this property this morning, and the first impression that I got was that it was pretty much a lost cause. And hearing Mr. Kleiman and Councilman Withers, I agree with the staff recommendation to demolish this building. And so I'll be happy to entertain a motion unless looks like Commissioner Jones would like to make another comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayhall. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, I'd just like to say I visited this project, and as such, I'd also like to give a big thank you for all the work always, but MHZC staff. There were so many demolition requests, several of which were deferred, but they scheduled meetings for commissioners to see the projects, which is a lot of times very helpful for us. So to gather the information. So this is one such that I was able to visit with staff to just ask questions. But when we arrived, I learned that this house has not been lived in for some years, even decades. The roof structure was completely collapsed. You can see in the photos, that the whole left side of the roof has been open to the elements for years, if not decades. This is of no fault of the current owner. And these things all, as we were arriving to the house, there was actually just two vultures, and we were told we couldn't go upstairs because that is where they lived. So this, again, as the public has seen, we don't take these demolition cases lightly, and I applaud Councilman Withers for his activity in the neighborhood and all of his comments. But I would like to just share that as my experience visiting the site. It was one of the worst conditions homes that I've ever been in. So with that, I'm also in agreement with staff that this house, the only thing that can happen is for it to be demolished. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Chairperson Bell.
Yes, I too visited this site, and we've been through several demolition applications. It was interesting to see the vultures in residence there. Actually thought it was a metal piece of art, but Mr. Kleeman mentioned to us that no, they live in the house. So again, being open to the elements. Want to applaud Mr. Kleeman also in his work in the neighborhood in restoring homes, historic homes in his neighborhood. So, he had good intention to renovate this home. And as he said, it was unfortunate that he's having to do a demolition. So again, thank you, Mr. Kleeman, for the efforts that you do to preserve historic preservation, and good luck on this particular one.
Thank you, Chair Bell. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. I also toured this home, and we've had a lot of demolition requests, and we tend to take a pretty literal hard line on them for the most part in terms of the guidelines. But I will add that the difference, sort of the standard for review or the threshold for demolition for me is once water has gotten into a structure of a building, even for a short time, much less decades, it's just a lost cause. And this house has been open to the elements, as it was mentioned, for so long, and not in no way the fault of the current owner, that once water gets through the roof, there's just not a lot you can do with it. So thank you to the applicant for giving it a good effort for renovation, but I also will support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for sharing very valuable information. Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, so with those comments from fellow commissioners, regarding 1609 Franklin Avenue, I move to approve the request for demolition, finding with all the findings that sections 1, 2, and 4 have been met, and that the building is just not able, the home is just not able to be saved in any way.
Thank you. Chair Bell.
I second Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. There's motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. Motion carries. The next item, we are moving to 321 South 16th Street. Again, if public want to make comment, please call 629-255-1911. I believe Ms. Surjit will show us this project. Please proceed.
Yes, so the house located at 321 South 16th Street was constructed circa 1950 and does not contribute to the historic character of the Laughlin Springs neighborhood. The lot is oriented to Boscobel Street, but the building entrance is oriented to South 16th Street. The application is to add a covered deck to the Boscobel Street facade, to remove an existing window, and to add a door opening. Although the house is not historic, additions to the house must meet the design guidelines to ensure that the new construction moves the structure closer to being compatible with the historic context. In this case, staff finds that a front porch addition on the Boscobel Street frontage could be appropriate, since it would align the primary entrance with the lot orientation. Furthermore, a primary entrance oriented to Basketball Street would be more appropriate for the context. There are two nearby examples that include structures oriented to South 16th Street, but in both cases, there are also structures with primary entrances oriented to Basketball Street on those lots. Next slide, please. In this case, however, the design of the addition is not appropriate for a front porch since it would be a covered deck that is more typical for a rear addition. The proposed addition does not include a foundation or material in the gable field. While a front porch addition could be appropriate, covered decks are elements that are more suitable for rear or minimally visible side facades. A front porch that includes the design elements that are characteristic of a front porch, such as a foundation, material in the gable field, appropriately scaled porch posts, and appropriate front door dimensions could move the site closer to meeting the design guidelines. To access the covered deck, the plan includes removing an existing window opening on the Basketball Street facade and adding French doors to that area. While it could be appropriate to add a door opening on this facade, the width of the opening and the type of door are more appropriate for a side or rear facade, which is less visible. If a door is added to the Basketball Street facade, the location and design of the opening should be more appropriate for a front door in order to meet the guidelines. According to zoning, the setback along Basketball Street is contextual since it is considered the front. The setback from South 16th Street is 40 feet since South 16th is a collector street. The proposed front porch is located approximately 25 feet from the Basketball Street property line. The three houses to the right of the site, as well as the house across South 16th, are non-contributing. As proposed, the new construction would sit forward of the houses to the right, but it would be approximately 11 feet behind the front porch at 1523 Basketball across South 16th Street. Given the context, staff finds that the proposed front setback could be appropriate for a front porch since it would create a transition between the adjacent front setbacks. The applicant proposes to locate the covered deck 17 feet from the South 16th Street. Staff finds that the proposed setback here could be appropriate since it is similar to the setback for the infill at 1523 Basketball Street. Also, a 40-foot setback would be nearly impossible to meet since this lot is only 50 feet wide. So while the proposed setbacks along both street frontages could be appropriate, staff finds that the design and materials are inappropriate for what we find should be a front porch. So in conclusion, staff recommends disapproval of the covered deck, finding that the project does not meet sections 2B3 for setbacks, 2B4 for materials, 2B6 for orientation, and 2B7 for proportion and rhythm of openings of the Lockland Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay Design Guidelines.
Thank you. Is applicant online? If so, please announce yourself and proceed to the comment.
Hello, my name is Faith. I am the homeowner at 321 South 16th Street. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long day and I will try to be quick. I'm doing this on my own and this is the first time doing this, so I apologize if any of these questions are simple. I recognize my home is definitely in an odd position with the front door being on South 16th Street rather than on Basketball Street. So may I use this time quickly to ask some clarifying questions and then submit a revised proposal for review?
Mr. Dickerson or Ms. Ziegler, would that be permissible?
This is Robin Ziegler. Yes, an applicant can ask to defer at any time, which it sounds like that's the request, just to defer. The commission doesn't usually engage in a discussion or answering questions. That's what staff is for. But you're welcome to defer and continue to work with staff.
Okay. Well, then let's do that. I'm so sorry. I did not want to misuse anybody's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Sure. Thank you to the applicant. And we understand that sometimes this can be an interesting process to navigate. But the applicant has now requested deferral. Do we have to move to accept the deferral, correct?
Yes, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Dickerson. Please give us guidance.
Yes, this is Alex Dickerson from Legal. I think since the applicant has stated on the record that they are seeking a deferral, it would be just like if they did it before the meeting and staff told you it was deferred. So I don't think you have to take a motion for it.
Excellent. Thank you. So we are going to move on to the next agenda item then. So next one is 306 South 15th Street. If public want to make comment, please call 629-255-1911. So this will be presented by, I think it's Ms. Baldock. Please show us about the project.
Happy to. 306 South 15th Street is a circa 1930 vernacular bungalow. The lot has significant slope down from the front to the back. You can see in this picture the significant slope of the lot. The addition, constructed before the overlay, is almost 3 stories, but is no taller than the house, which is about 1 story at the front. The applicant wants to construct a garage that is less than 500 square feet in the location of the parking area you see here. You can also see here that the area to construct the garage is limited by a concrete retaining wall. The applicant is proposing to reduce the rear setback in order to accommodate the garage on the lot. The drawings shown here are the same as the ones in the staff recommendation. They show a 2-foot 2-inch setback. However, the applicant has volunteered to move it 3 feet from the rear property line and has sent revisions showing the change. The 3-foot rear setback still does not meet the setback required in the design guidelines, which is 5 feet. Here are the elevation drawings. The garage will be just 1 story. The outbuilding is 1 story with a flat roof and also has a roof deck. Staff finds that the flat roof and roof deck are appropriate because the garage is 1 story, sits so much lower on the lot than the historic house, and is shorter than the house, even with the grade taken into consideration. Although the site is constrained due to the slope and the existence of the concrete retaining wall, staff finds that a setback of less than 5 feet is not appropriate for the site because it would not allow for the vehicle to get in and out of the garage safely. Staff therefore recommends that the rear setback be at least 5 feet. So staff recommends approval with the following conditions: the rear setback be at least 5 feet, the concrete be split face, and staff approve the doors prior to purchase and installation. With these conditions, staff finds that the project meets the design guidelines.
Thank you, Ms. Baldock. Is applicant online? If so, please announce yourself and proceed to the comment.
Hello, this is Paul Boulevard of 1222 Eastdale Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. I'm the architect that's working with the Campbells. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. So I want to say thank you to the commission and to Melissa for all the help working on the kind of design revisions and the design considerations for this project. As you can notice here in the site plan and in the photo that's presented, that we're working within a little bit of a hardship with the topography of the lot, the pool location, and the existing foundations that are on site. The client has approached me about the conversion of the flat concrete area parking pad to be a garage and covered area, and then as well as having a kind of covered deck option. As you can see in the site plan, the alley does provide, it doesn't quite encroach on the rear property line, and the alley in this particular area is quite narrow. As you can see in the other drawings and the section drawings, the depth of the garage Shown here is a vehicle that is similar to what the homeowners currently drive. We're asking for the additional setback reduction so that we can place a normal sized vehicle within the site constraints of the existing retaining wall. We've asked for the 2'2" condition just because it gives some additional leverage to get the vehicle in the car. Since the beginning of the process of the submission of this documentation, if you go back to the site plan, on the opposite side of the alley, there has been a fence that's been installed that is directly on the property line, which is directly adjacent to the alley, which causes a kind of additional issue with kind of backing in and backing out of the garage. So I understand completely the condition about making the setback to 5 feet. The challenge being that then you would not have a usable garage space to park a vehicle. So what we're really requesting is the 2'2" site setback reduction. I think that there's the ability that if we were to go to 3 feet, we could still get a vehicle in that garage. If we were to go to 5 feet, then the garage would most likely be completely unusable to park a vehicle. One other alternative that we show in the original proposed drawings is a single garage door. One of the considerations that we've also discussed is to go with a wider garage door to help with the alleviation of turning into the garage from the alley. I don't know. I believe that the homeowners are also maybe participating around the call. I don't know if they want to add any additional comments. Those are all of my issues that I'd like to present. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is homeowner online and would like to add some comment? And if so, please announce yourself and proceed. Ms. Ziegler, anybody online?
I don't believe we have anyone. Mr. Boulevard, what's the name of the owners?
The owners are Michael and Jennifer Campbell. They might not. When I spoke to them earlier in the week, they were most likely going to be present. But if they might not be, I texted him earlier and have had no response. So they might not be able to attend. I apologize for the miscommunication. Sorry.
No problem. I don't see them on our list, and there are no callers.
Okay.
Thank you. There's no caller and no comments. I will declare public hearing to be closed. Commissioners?
I think, this is Robert Ziegler. I think someone's calling in right now, if you'll give me just a few minutes.
Okay. I will reopen the public hearing.
Hi, this is Mike Campbell.
Hi, Mr. Campbell.
Yep. Thank you so much for hearing us out and hearing our case. But we've been working with Paul. It's been a great experience, and we're looking to beautify the area and build a garage. But we really think that doing a garage with a 2'2" setback would work better with our community, with our situation to actually pull a car in, and we would like to consider that as opposed to the 5-foot setback, which I don't think would work at all, which we would probably just not consider at all.
Thank you for the comment. Ms. Ziegler, is there any call or comment?
We don't have any other calls at this time.
Thank you. So I will declare public hearing closed. Commissioners, any discussion, question? Commissioner Jones.
Yes. You know, with a lot of the setback determinations that we get over the course of these meetings, you know, we've gotten a lot of input from Public Works, and this is a working alley. And so I am disinclined to honor their request for a smaller setback. I just, that setback in these working alleys are for a reason, for safety, for ease of use, for trash pickup. I mean, in this photo right here, there's 6 trash bins just lined up. So that's what it's used for. It's a working alley, and just for safety, people pulling in and out, you know, that's why these setbacks are there. And so for that reason, I'm disinclined to move from the 5-foot bulk setback.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Price.
I completely agree with Commissioner Jones. I'm not inclined to approve this setback determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. If no other comments, I will entertain the motion. Commissioner Price.
Yes, with respect to 306 South 15th, I move for approval with the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Commissioner Mayhall.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Motion and second. Any further question? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Chairperson Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes.
Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next agenda item on our list is 110 South 17th Street. Again, public, if you want to make a comment on this item, please call 629-255-1911. So this item will be presented by, again, Ms. Sargent. Please proceed, Ms. Sargent.
Thank you. The house located at 110 South 17th Street is a circa 1930s stone bungalow that contributes to the historic character of the Laughlin Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The applicant proposes partial demolition of an enclosed stone porch railing and to change the porch orientation from side entry to front entry. The circa 1964 property assessor's photo shows the current porch configuration. The plan is to remove the sloped stone and brick wall at the center, as well as the rusticated stone planter railing on each side. In a neighborhood conservation zoning overlay, replacement of open-style porch railings is not reviewed. Staff finds that this case is different for a couple of reasons. On many historic homes, porch railings often have an open design of wood or metal. In this case, the porch railing is enclosed and more of an integral part of the overall porch and is a character-defining feature. In addition, the plan proposes to change the porch orientation from side entry to front entry. The orientation of the front porch is considered a character-defining feature that makes this house unique. As previously stated, staff has found no evidence indicating that the front porch design or configuration has been changed. Given these factors, staff finds that the porch design and side orientation are character-defining features of this historic house. Removal of the planter railing might be appropriate since that feature is not as visually tied to the historic home in the same way as the center enclosed railing, which is designed with brick and stone similar to the walls of the house. In addition, removal of the stone planter railing will not change the side orientation of the porch. In conclusion, staff recommends disapproval of the removal of the center brick and stone enclosed railing, as well as changing the porch orientation from side entry to front entry, finding that the work would not meet sections 2B6 and 2B of the Laughlin Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation District Handbook and Design Guidelines.
Thank you, Ms. Sargent. Is applicant online? If so, please announce your name and proceed to the comment.
Hi, this is Brittany Blanton on behalf of the homeowner. I know you guys received a letter from them, and I just wanted to reiterate what he said. We appreciate you guys reviewing this. The proposed changes serve a functional purpose in that the structure is now a single family home, and the jagged rock flower beds do present a safety hazard, as I'm sure you can see from the pictures. The items to be removed are hardly visible from the street due to landscaping, and although they are historic fixtures, opening up the porch increases the functionality of the space, but also would increase the curb appeal and I think highlight the overall architecture of the home and kind of enhance the overall look. So I just kind of wanted to add that to what the homeowner had written. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, have you received any public comments on this item?
No emails and there are no callers.
Thank you. So there's no comment. I will close public hearing on this item. Commissioners, any questions, discussion? Please feel free to raise your hand. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. I'm familiar with this house. I don't live too far away. I pass it often. I'm inclined to, or I'm persuaded by the staff recommendations that these items, these features are very unique and character defining features of the house. I think it would be pretty substantial alteration that's not consistent with our guidelines and would really do the house a disservice, in my opinion. So, thank you. That's where I am on this.
Thank you.
That said, I will say I do sympathize with the homeowners and why they're requesting this, but it's just not something that our guidelines permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Is there any other comments? If no further comment, Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes. Could you clarify for me the part about the planters? If we approve the staff recommendation, will they still be able to remove those planters and make them a little safer on their porch?
Yes, this is Melissa Sajid again. Yes, that is the recommendation when looking at this, trying to find a compromise that would still meet the guidelines. Staff found that replacing those planters could be appropriate for several reasons, but we would not recommend removing that center wall or changing the orientation.
Okay, seeing that is the case, unless there's further discussion, I make a motion to approve the staff recommendations.
Thank you. There's a motion. Commissioner Fitz.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitz. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Chairperson Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes.
Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. Motion carries. Next items on our agenda is 1015 Hayquin Avenue. The number to call again is 629-255-1911. This one will be presented by Ms. Sargent.
Property located at 1015 Halcyon Avenue is a vacant lot in the Waverly Belmont neighborhood. In 2016, staff issued a permit to demolish the non-contributing house that previously stood on the lot. As proposed, the infill meets the design guidelines for height and scale, setbacks, roof form, and rhythm and proportion of openings. Staff recommends that the project include a walkway connecting the front door to the public sidewalk. The project includes a dadu that meets all design guidelines for outbuildings. The infill is 1.5 stories with a height and width that is appropriate for the historic context. The plan shows brick to grade on the primary massing of the infill. The commission has typically required a different foundation material to delineate the foundation line, so staff recommends that the infill incorporate a different material for the foundation. And here are the side elevations. And here are some context photos. This block of Halcyon includes a mix of contributing and non-contributing houses. Many of the non-contributing houses were constructed prior to the overlay. And some more context photos. And so in conclusion, staff recommends approval with the conditions set forth in the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Sargent. Is applicant online? If so, please announce yourself and proceed to your comment.
It doesn't appear, this is Robin Ziegler, it doesn't appear that Mr. LaRocca is on, and we don't have any callers at the moment.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. For the abundance of caution, we will wait about 30 seconds. Ms. Ziegler, have we received any public comments on this item?
No, still no callers.
Thank you. I will declare public hearing to be closed on this item. Commissioners, Commissioner Jones.
Yes, I think this is a really nice project for this overlay and neighborhood, and therefore regarding 1015 Halcyon Avenue, I move for approval with all staff recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Fitz.
I would like to second that motion.
Thank you. There's first and second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. Motion carries. Next items on our agenda is 1000 Woodland Street. Again, if public want to make comment on this item, please call 629-255-1911. This item will be presented by Mr. Alexander. Please proceed.
All right. The applicant is proposing to construct 2 new commercial buildings on a lot that is currently vacant. One of the buildings will be at the corner and will address both streets, 10th Street and Woodland Street. The other will address Woodland Street only, and both buildings will be 1 story. The structure at the corner will have 76 feet of frontage along South 10th Street and 45 feet of frontage on Woodland Street. At its tallest point at the corner, the South 10th Street facade will be 23 feet tall. The other building will have 79 feet of frontage along Woodland Street. This building will be 24 feet tall. There will be a 28-foot wide courtyard between the two buildings. The windows and doors will be aluminum storefront type. The proposal includes 4 overhead doors on the Woodland Street facade. This type of door is more typical of a garage or vehicular-oriented building, whereas historic buildings on Woodland Street are typically pedestrian or human-oriented. The Commission has not previously approved overhead doors on a primary facade. There are overhead doors proposed on the courtyard elevations as well, beginning at the second bay back from the front. Staff finds that overhead doors are appropriate or may be appropriate on the non-street facing elevations. The street facing and courtyard elevations will be primarily brick and wood siding with fiber cement panels as an accent, and the rear elevation will be primarily cement fiber siding. Staff recommends approval of the project with the conditions noted in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Is applicant online? If so, please announce yourself and proceed to your comment.
Yes, my name is Daniel Tansey with STG Design. I'll be representing the ownership group today for the 1000 Woodland Street project. I'd like to thank Sean Alexander for his assistance as well as the overall support from Councilmember Withers. In regards to the comments made by historic staff, we do understand the concern of the overhead doors on the street frontage. However, our request for consideration is due to the nature of the restaurants and the pedestrian access and the frontage of the street. We feel that to create an environment that allows the openness to both the building as well as the pedestrian environment would be a great success to this corner. It is a very commercialized district. It would add a sense of activity and excitement to the area. And so we do ask for the consideration of overhead doors. We have taken some consideration into how we are designing those doors. We are trying, we have found a custom manufacturer that will design a overhead door to simulate the storefront look of the Muttons and the styles, so that they're not, as Sean had mentioned, a standard garage or vehicular door. So there will be some aesthetic consideration to that, so that it doesn't look as though it is just a standard vehicular garage door. And other than that, that is our request at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, have we received any public comment on this item?
We did receive an email from Councilmember Withers, but I see he's still on the line. Councilman, would your preference be for me to read your comments, or did you want to comment in person?
Thank you, Robin. In the interest of time, I just wanted to submit the email, and hopefully the commissioners have had a chance to see that, and I think it's posted on the website as well. So just wanted to thank the team for bringing, I think, a pretty thoughtful project in. I know you're having discussion about the doors and some of those details, but it's a very thoughtful project for that site. It is much less building than they can do within the base zoning. So it's not a case of overbuilding the site. It's very, very thoughtful to the historic storefront context there on that block of Woodland. So just wanted to voice my support for that. Thank you.
Thank you again, Councilman Weathers. I appreciate the comment. Ms. Ziegler, have you have any other public comment?
No, there are no callers.
Thank you. I will now close public hearing for this item. Commissioners, Commissioner Jones.
Yes, I read and as always appreciate Councilman Withers' comments. This is just, I think it's such a great project, and I am inclined to accept, and I actually like the garage, the roll-up doors. I agree with staff or in their interpretation. I know we talk about fenestrations and what does it look like when the door, when it's open, that type thing. We deal with that a lot in these commercial districts, but in light of everything that's happened this past year, COVID-19, the want for more airflow in these public spaces, the nature of this project, and again, Councilman Withers said, much smaller than they could do. I just think the activation on the street, it's when it's open, people are there, maybe it's a nice day, the door is open, the activation of the street would just be great. And then, when it's closed, there's the historic look. The applicant, Mr. Tansey said, they've gone to great lengths to find a nice product for the window. And I'm just inclined to accept it, without that change, with the staff recommendation, but, without number one. So those are my thoughts. I'd be open to hearing other commissioners' comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Fitz?
I was going to say exactly almost what Commissioner Jones did. So I agree with her statements. When I was reviewing this project over the weekend, I was, just taken in a good way just about how it was underbuilt and just kind of the modest scale of the project, and also just looking at how they have the kind of different porch areas set up. I actually thought that the overhead doors, or having the capability to open up those areas, activated the street more and really kind of activated that pedestrian scale that we're after. So I just wanted to add that. But yeah, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Jones and support the staff recommendation, except for the requirement to not have the overhead doors.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitz. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you. I'm in complete agreement with Commissioners Fitz and Jones. I think this is a wonderful project. I live not far away from 5 Points and have wondered for years what was going to go on this lot. And it's such a huge improvement over the Family Dollar, and it's modest. It fits in with the rest of the 5 Points one-story buildings. It's going to be, I think it would be a great addition to the neighborhood. I would point out quickly that there is precedent here for the roll-up doors at 3 Crowbar just down the street, which is a popular, I think a neat feature that I'm open to considering also. And I appreciate the applicant's willingness to work with staff on at least finding a really high quality product for it. So I am in total support. It's a great project. Thank you very much for doing a great thing, or proposing a great thing for East Nashville. So yeah, I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. Yes, Robin Ziegler. I just wanted to double check because I believe all other applicants have been told they cannot have a roll-up door on the front of a building. So if this one is approved, we would appreciate some direction on when they're appropriate, or maybe there are other solutions. I know some have used the kind that accordion back, so when they're closed, they look like one large storefront, but they just don't roll up. But if it's approved, we would love some clarification so we can direct applicants correctly. Thanks.
Thank you for the comment, Ms. Ziegler. Commissioners? Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, Ms. Ziegler, I mean, that's a good point. And I know we have seen these a lot of times, or at least please correct me or remind me of some, but a lot of times they are on the roof of a Broadway establishment, perhaps, that we don't approve them. And, in this case, I think the garage roll-up door on this street level, activates the street, and it being a commercial, I am trying to think of one, I guess, remind, of one that we haven't approved or that we dislike. I just keep thinking of the rooftop, elements of a lot of the Broadway establishments that we have disapproved them. And then I still agree with that. I just feel this, in light of COVID-19 and wanting more airflow, is just a good solution for that. But again, open to other commissioners' comments on that.
This is Robin Ziegler. There's one project that comes to mind that was just recent. It was an administrative project, and they were not allowed to have roll-up doors. And so they went with an accordion-style door, so they still have that kind of openness and that connection with the street. Again, we've told so many people no. We're just looking for some direction if this one's a yes. And maybe Commissioner Price answered it in that it's only in 5 points. However you want to do it, we would just appreciate that direction.
Commissioner Price.
Yes, I think I've seen the accordion style doors before, and if the applicant is willing to entertain that, I think that's a good solution to this. So I don't know, maybe we could ask the applicant really quickly, or the architect who's on the line, if that's something that they're willing to consider. I don't know if we need to get in the weeds on that right now. I know we've had a marathon meeting, the longest in my experience. Everybody's tired, but that sounds like a good solution to me.
Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I completely understand wanting to give staff more guidance, and I would like to do that. So my question is, what is the difference in look between a roll-up door and an accordion door? When they're closed, do they look the same? Is that, or are you looking for a different look? And when they're open, they're open. So that's an open fenestration in the building. So that's my question of why maybe the accordion door would be better or approved by staff. Is it that's my
door. Oh, I'm sorry. The roll-up door, from the very nature of it rolling up, has to be sectioned in horizontal pieces, and so that drives the look and design of it. The accordion doors, if they're the right kind, when they're closed, like some of those you see on Broadway, they can look like just one big piece of glass, like a storefront piece. There's also some doors that I saw in California, but I haven't found them here yet, which don't roll up, but kind of just like lift up into the interior, and so don't have to have that same design. But that's been the reason for not allowing for the roll-up doors.
So if applicants still online, so if so, maybe Commissioner Price asked if, as an architect, if applicant may consider the possibility of accordion door or any other style.
Yes, I'm still here. Unfortunately, the accordion style doors do have a premium cost associated to them, and does, due to the constraints of the site and some of the stormwater infrastructure that we have to put in this project, the budget is very tight. So any accordion style door, or as I believe it was Ms. Fitz that mentioned something about the skyfold door that opens up, and folds, those two, from a cost standpoint, just are not able to be introduced into the project, at least at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitz.
I was just gonna, I know that accordion doors take up a premium of interior space too, and can you know, whether they stack or they fold, sometimes they're difficult to work around when you're trying to get that kind of seamless indoor outdoor flow. I guess I'm wondering if we could put some stipulations around an overhead door that that they'll be, you know, to be reviewed on a case by case basis, and that they must not look industrial and they must approach the look of storefront, and that I don't, maybe that they will be considered on new construction and not existing construction. Just some thoughts around some stipulations.
Ms. Ziegler, would that give enough direction to the staff?
Somewhat. I'm not sure what's meant by in an industrial and approaching the look of a storefront, but certainly only allowing it on new construction is clear.
Commissioner Price.
Yes, the stipulation on allowing it on new construction is something that I would, I think I can support. You know, the context for this lot is mixed. I know the block face itself has several historic buildings, but then across the street on two adjoining corners are modern buildings, or in the case of the old turnip truck and other building there is modern also. So, I mean, this is a new building, and this is a new, we all understand this is going to be a new building that's being built to serve modern people in 2021. So I feel like there should be a compromise that we could find here. And I support that condition, that the conditions that Commissioner Fitz just mentioned, to kind of figure out where that middle ground, where that guidance is. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
I also agree, you know, trying to just give more guidance on why that, you know, I like this one. I think this would be great for the neighborhood versus another that I might not. You know, this, again, just what Commissioner Price said, it's new construction. It's in an area that is mixed. You know, we're not replacing a historic window with a roll-up door. You know, that is something that I could not approve going forward, and I don't think should be approved. So with all of those elements, I think that is why on this particular project, you know, I think it's for the benefit of the project overall.
Thank you. Ms. Ziegler, any further request or comment?
Just one question. Is the thought that this would only be 5 points, or could it possibly be anywhere?
Commissioners, any thought? Commissioner Price.
It's a really good question, Robin, and it's a shame that it's coming so late in this meeting. I feel like we need more discussion, but I mean, 5 points is not unique. This could easily be Hillsborough or 12th South or any other number of the, you know, commercial neighborhood nodes, commercial districts. So I certainly don't want to unleash a wave of, you know, changes to how we do things just with one case. You know, I am always concerned about precedent and what we're doing and unintended consequences. So I'm not sure where else to go from there. If anyone else has any other thoughts on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. If I may, listening to all the discussion, all the commissioners agree this is a great product and project at this specific location, including overhead door that will not be so industrial looking. So as for the going forward, if overhead doors will be appropriate or not, I think we are somewhat in agreement. We may have to take a look at case by case, location by location. So not necessarily 5 points alone, but if going forward when overhead doors are proposed, we can take case by case. I think that's the sort of consensus I'm hearing. And if that's not the case, please chime in. Chairperson Bell?
This is a really good discussion, and you're right. This is towards the end of our long, long day. And Chair Pro Temp has made a good comeback to where we do review projects on a case by case, and by having a blanket coverage for wherever this is let's be cautioned on that for sure. I don't know, Robin, if we can have any other direction other than we are looking at this as a single case. And if the commission does support the overhead doors, then let's, continue that discussion. But I agree with Commissioner Johnson about looking at this case by case.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
Would that give enough direction for the time being?
Yes, what I'm hearing is that they could be appropriate on new construction that's located in a commercial area, only on the ground floor, and should approach the look of a historic storefront window, but that you'll still be looking at them on a case-by-case basis. Does that sound right?
Yes, I think summarize our consensus and direction. Is there any further question or discussion? If there is none, I will entertain the motion. Commissioner Price.
Yes, thank you for changing that to the motion. With respect to 1000 Woodland, I recommend approval for the proposed infill with the exception of condition number 1 and the substitution of the conditions that were just outlined by Ms. Ziegler, and including condition number 2. Is that sufficient?
Thank you, Commissioner Price. Commissioner Jones.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Ms. Ziegler, do you have any further question on the motion?
I do not, but thank you.
Thank you. So seeing none, I will now take a roll. Chairperson Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall.
Yes.
Commissioner Price.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. Motion approved. So I think we are now approaching to the last agenda item, That will be 1809 Holly Street. Again, public, if you want to make any comment, please call 629-255-1911. I believe this one will be presented by Ms. Baldock. Please proceed.
Sorry, I went advance and then just advanced too much. 1809 Holly Street was constructed circa 1948, which is outside the period of significance for the Laughlin Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. Based on the date of construction, the materials, and the form, the building is non-contributing. The house did suffer damage from the March 3rd, 2021 tornado, but its demolition would have been allowed without the damage due to its non-contributory status. MHCC staff issued a demolition permit for the house in July 2020. Here is the site plan. The setbacks all meet the historic context and the base zoning setbacks. The site lacks an alley, so the development will use an existing driveway and a curb cut. We've since received a revised site plan showing that there'll be parking spaces behind the house. Here is the front facade. The new building will be 1.5 stories, which is compatible with the historic houses on the block and the surrounding area. The height and width of the infill is similar to historic houses in the immediate vicinity and on similar size lots. Here are the side facades. Here are context photos taken last week because construction keeps going on this block of Holly Street, so it's quickly outdated. So here are some photos and some additional photos. And in conclusion, staff recommends approval with our standard conditions, which are listed here and also in the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Baldock. Is applicant online? And if so, please announce your name and proceed to comment.
We don't have anyone online, and there are no callers at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. So there is no comment, there is no caller. I will declare public hearing to be closed. Commissioner Fitz.
Yes, unless any commissioners have additional comments, this application looks fairly straightforward and looks to be in compliance, except for kind of our standard conditions. So with regards to 1809 Holly Street, I recommend approval with staff recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitz. Commissioner Jones.
I second them.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion or question? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Chairperson Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhall?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. Motion carries. I think that will conclude our agenda. Ms. Ziegler, do we have any other business?
Yes, we do have an hour-long presentation, and that's just my early April Fool's joke for you. We're done. Thank you.
Ha ha.
Oh, Robin.
Thank you, commissioners. So I will entertain the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So please stay safe and see you next time.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Commissioner Bell, hope you feel better.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.